guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump's hush money trial is over for Monday. Trump had this to say leaving the courthouse.
I get indicted. I'm the leading candidate. I'm beating Biden. I'm beating the Republicans now. I have the nomination. And this is what they try and take me off the trail for.
On the first day, prosecutors accused him of falsifying records to hide payments to Stormy Daniels in 2016. Trump's defense denies any scheme, claiming Daniels tried to profit from false allegations, owing Trump $600,000 from failed lawsuits. The first witness, David Pecker, was called, but the trial was halted due to the Passover holiday. President Biden reassures Ukrainian President Zelensky of quick military aid as the Senate prepares to pass a $60 billion foreign aid package, including military assistance for Ukraine. During a call Monday, Biden reaffirmed the U.S.'s commitment to supporting Ukraine against Russian aggression. President Biden commemorated Earth Day Monday by introducing new grants aimed at residential solar projects.
We'll award grants, 60 grants across the country to states, territories, tribal governments, municipalities, nonprofits, to develop programs that enable low-income and disadvantaged communities to benefit from residential solar power.
Speaking from Virginia, Biden unveiled $7 billion in grants to alleviate the high initial cost of residential solar installation. The grants are part of Biden's significant climate change legislation. Pro-Palestinian protests at Columbia University have forced classes online. Day 6 of demonstrations has been deemed a crisis by the school's president. Protesters are demanding divestment from companies profiting from Israel's alleged violations of international law and Palestinian rights. And gas prices continue to rise in the U.S., with the average price now hovering around $3.67 per gallon. According to AAA, this is 4 cents higher than the prices were last week. This is USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay in Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
The Senate is anticipated to pass a $95 billion aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan this week. Senate leaders are aiming for swift passage of the legislation, which was approved by the House on Saturday. The package includes over $60 billion in aid for Ukraine and $26 billion for Israel. Kroger and Albertsons are selling an additional 166 stores as part of efforts to address regulatory concerns over their proposed $25 billion merger. This move aims to mitigate fears of increased prices and job losses. The 166 stores are in addition to the over 400 already being sold and operated by C&S. With summer rapidly approaching, our heat waves are becoming hotter, longer, and more frequent. That's why the CDC and NOAA have collaborated to introduce an experimental tool called Heat Risk.
You can put in your zip code and see current heat risk and air quality levels and a 7-day heat risk forecast for your area.
The heat risk map is color-coded from yellow to magenta. CDC Director Dr. Mandy Cohen advises that when temperatures rise, it's best to stay indoors, plan outdoor activities for cooler times of the day, and stay hydrated. An American journalist who was kidnapped in 1985 and held in Lebanon for 7 years has passed away. According to multiple reports, Terry Anderson died at the age of 76 at his home in Greenwood Lake, New York. Anderson volunteered to go to Lebanon in 1982. After Israel's invasion of that country, he was released in 1991. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And welcome aboard. Here we go. Saddle up, right? As Pappy likes to say. Saddle up, it's showtime. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone, which means we turn the page on the calendar. Closing out a Monday, which would have been Earth Day. I kind of missed out on that. Earth Day. So we'll turn the page, 23rd day of April. make our way into a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. For many drivers out there, it's first night back on the road after your weekend. For those in that category, hope you had a good weekend. So now it's back to reality. Yeah, we call it the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. And it's live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Little bit warmer outside the bunker tonight, 49 degrees. Versus, I think we're at 39 at this point last evening. Did end up having a little bit of frost in some areas this past morning. It was a very light frost. Didn't take long to burn off. We don't have nearly as much frost advisory or freeze warnings, but there are some in place over the eastern seaboard tonight. Yeah, we start eastern portions of Kentucky right on up through western West Virginia. Much of Pennsylvania, it's frost advisories, not freeze warnings. Now you get into the higher elevations. They're in the easternmost West Virginia and north central West Virginia. There are freeze warnings. And of course, that's again based on the higher elevation levels. Similar scenario there in northeastern portions of Pennsylvania. But I guess we could say it's going to be another chilly night in the east. As far as rain, precipitation of any form, not much going on out there. We do have a storm system. I think that's actually going to be dragging in our next cold front. We will be talking more frost and freeze conditions for a much larger area from the Great Lakes to the Northeast through the middle and latter portions, Wednesday night, Thursday night into Friday morning. That's the storm system, which right now is bringing a little bit of rain, northern portions of Wisconsin. The UP of Michigan, you're seeing some shower activity. Some of this sweeping across the lake and will be moving into the northern half of the lower peninsula of Michigan during the overnight hours. I had kind of missed out on it last evening. Over the weekend, we knew there was some stronger storms in the forecast. There were concerns of would we even be able to get the race in there at Talladega on Sunday. The rains had indeed moved off to the east. A little bit of a delay, but the race was completed. That same storm system, Saturday evening into the early hours of Sunday, we're dropping some very large hail, severe storms. That's the system that actually prompted the cancellation of Donald Trump's rally in, Wilmington, North Carolina over the weekend. Thousands of people had gathered out there. And the word came down, hey, we got some really nasty weather coming in. We don't want to be out here. So everybody head to your cars, head home, seek shelter, that kind of thing. Extreme hail damage that we do not often see in the Carolinas caused by these storms, including ripped off siding, leaves stripped from trees, shredded vinyl fences. Sunday morning, even piles of hail had not even yet melted in some of the hardest hit areas. Now, the largest preliminary hail spotter reports were 4.5 inches in diameter at Lumberton, North Carolina, if you could imagine, 4 inches in diameter at Rock Hill, South Carolina. This is a storm that is going to go down in history, according to one local there in Rock Hill. The National Weather Service also confirmed a swath of 90-mile-per-hour straight-line winds from that same storm caused damage from York, South Carolina to Rock Hill and on into Lancaster, the Lancaster County line. Corey Davis from the North Carolina Climatologist Office spoke to AccuWeather. If confirmed, he said that 4.5-inch diameter report would actually tie the unofficial state record for the largest hailstone in diameter. Based on the Storm Prediction Center's official records for North Carolina, dating back to 1955, there have been 7 other hailstones with a diameter of 4.5 inches, but nothing larger than that. The most recent occurred more than 20 years ago, all the way back in 2000 in Burke County. The day after that record was set, on May 25 of 2000, Storms from that same weather system moved into South Carolina, dropping another 4.5-inch hailstone in the town of Florence, South Carolina. That storm caused over $6 million in damage. State record was tied again May the 10th of 2011 in several different counties. Saturday's report of 4 inches would not challenge that South Carolina state record, but some of as residents got out there Saturday evening before the sun had gone down, then, of course, Sunday morning. Saturday evening, they had a rare phenomenon called hail fog that develops after heavy hail that falls during the warmer temperatures. That was also documented in Rock Hill there. You get the cold air from the ice on the ground, and a ground-level fog developed. It's kind of an eerie-looking scenario there. So at least at this point in time, no concerns of severe weather for the upcoming day. But as we already mentioned last evening, we're looking ahead several days for a potential multi-day severe weather outbreak across the central states starting this Thursday, a couple days away. Could be talking multiple rounds of severe thunderstorms across the region and on into the Midwest through next weekend. The threat reaches its peak or crescendo on Friday, reaching all the way from the southern plains to the Midwest. Could begin as early as Thursday and extend into the weekend in multiple areas. So we're going to be talking a lot of wind, damaging hail, torrential downpours, and yes, even a few tornadoes as these thunderstorms form and roll east with each passing day. So right now, things look like starting Thursday afternoon, storms begin to erupt from northern Texas through Oklahoma, Kansas, and far eastern Colorado before rolling east into the nighttime hours. Kansas City, Oklahoma City, Wichita, Kansas, some of the areas at risk for that initial round of storms. Hail could be up to the size of tennis balls with ferocious downpours and wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. Now, the tornado and the damaging wind risk is going to peak, as we said, coming up on Friday. The area of low pressure helping to drive this severe weather event is going to reach its peak strength as we end the work week, they tell us. It does appear Friday and Friday night should have the highest risk for a few tornadoes with this round. Wind direction or wind shear. Wind directions and speeds are going to vary at different levels of the atmosphere. So anywhere from, say, Des Moines, Iowa, Little Rock, Arkansas, St. Louis, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. Take a look and be aware come Friday, these downpours will be slowing travel on major interstates, 30, 40, 44, I-70, 55, and 80. And obviously, we'll see some delays at the airports. The concern for severe weather in the middle of the country will not end with the work week, though, as the storm departs and another storm emerges across the plains next weekend. We could be looking at a renewal of the severe thunderstorm threat first on Saturday. More fragmented storms than we'll see on Thursday and Friday, impacting portions of the Midwest around the Great Lakes as that first storm departs. Then a more significant storm comes out of the Rockies sometime about Sunday, persisting into the early part of next week. It's possible, depending on how much energy and moisture is available, that the severe thunderstorm and tornado risk with this system might be even greater than that we're looking at this week. So they tell us the setup for severe weather remains in place through next weekend. And even beyond that second risk, the pattern's going to be pretty much ripe for feisty storms as we change the calendar from April to May. This is the volatile time of year, and that's what's going to continue right on into the month of May, they tell us. So with that, how are we looking out there? We start a brand new day. Arizona window truck setting in Santa Fe, New Mexico at this hour. Everybody have a great evening. Hello to Marianne. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Good afternoon, Larry. Hammer down, be safe. 48 degrees, Fishkill, New York, as we get the new week started. It's round number 1 to Schenectady, and he says, I see the Android app is still down. Yes, we made some progress. Here's the deal, they tell us. My wife had done an update on my Android phone over the weekend. They come out with these updates, and they recommend you download, get the latest. And if you've got the latest updates, apparently the app, when it was developed now, 3+ years ago, it's what they call antiquated or outdated, and it's not working with the newer, updated phones. I think there was a woman that messaged, I can't remember her name, last week. She had a brand new Android and tried to download the app, and it popped up something about that it's not compatible with her particular update. So that's the case. This past day, Mindy and Bud were getting it all together. They sent the update to radio.co. That's the one that the app goes through. Now, they responded back about 4 o'clock this past afternoon, apologizing for the late response. I think they're located in the UK, according to Mindy. So big difference in the time zones and all that. But they made the suggestion you got to get the update forwarded to them, which I believe they have. They've submitted that. And now all these apps have to be submitted to the likes on Google. Google is the Android, right? So Google has to approve it. And I don't know. It may take a day or two for them to get that rectified. Everything's still working on the iPhone, though, the iOS system. But that's just bringing you up to speed there. So for those who used the Android, as I mentioned to Pup last evening, you can always open an internet browser on your phone, whatever you use, and just type in overnightdriveradio.com. That'll bring you to the official website there. And it's always streaming live. And you can listen back to the previous episodes as well. There's links there to all the various app stores and things of that nature. So just to bring us up to speed, working on it. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. There he is. It is showtime. Pappy on board, 48 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Just a tad bit nippy. $3.5 billion in the foreign spending bill. H.R. 8034 to go to the non-government organization, NGOs, for the illegals who cross the border into our country. Yeah, we're talking food, housing, whatever it's going to be. What's that? How many? 3.5 billion of U.S. taxpayer dollars, that is. We're paying for this. All right. With that said, I'll shut up for now before I say something I shouldn't. Are you with me? Yes, we are. Yeah, the frustration factor, right? Hello to Jeffrey in the Sunshine State. Good morning, Steve. Ready for the best show on radio. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Let's see, all you truckers out there keeping things moving on the highways. Thank you very much. That's from Stephen. Let's see, Roy says, and you won't hear that on the 5:30 news. You are correct. Yeah, Democrats stealing our money, giving it to the illegals was the comment you won't see on the 5:30 news. Tracy says, what's up, everybody? Checking in from Wilmington, Ohio tonight. Buckeye Boy on board, Brunswick, Georgia, 49 degrees, just like we are here. Okay, nice day here today. Going to be a little chilly in the morning, but I think I'm going to try to get up, get some bait, and do a little fishing. Every protester out there that's willing to side with the Hamas and the Israel haters, think we ought to load them on a plane and send them over there. Let's see how long they last there. Anyway, have a great night. Everybody be careful out there. I'm not going to delve on it. I didn't print anything up, but I mean, there's all kinds of issues taking place on college campuses all over the country with these protesters supporting Palestinians. I saw a headline that nearly 50% of Gen Z, what is the age group for Gen Z? Nearly 50% of them sympathize with Hamas, which we know is designated a terror organization. Go figure. Hello to Zorro. Good morning to the Hotshot Nation. Here, there, and gone. All right, Ketty, yeah, I explained there. You said, can you tell us why the app's not working on the Android? Yep, there, got the explanation. Hello, Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve, and all our listeners out there just dropping in to say hello to everybody. Be safe and be blessed. It's going to be a good night for me. And it is 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, let me go ahead and I'll share with you the direct response that Mindy had received this past day from radio.co, starting with, it was like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but they're apologies for the late reply. With regards to your Android app, I'm afraid what you have is what they call the legacy apps, which are no longer being supported on newer devices. Google is requiring an update on your app, which is the only way to sort this issue. As mentioned by my colleague, we're not going to be able to update or develop them further. What we can do is update your app to the latest build that we have, which is available on the mobile apps. I would recommend you complete the design and content and have it submitted to us. Once we have everything we need, we make sure to submit it to Google for review. And Mindy said worked for several hours with Bud updating the account on radio.co. We've completed all the steps, and now we're waiting for them to approve our update. So I guess Mindy was working into the evening, right? Okay. It is 844-844-3388. See what's going on with the anonymous hippopotamus out of the box here. What's happening?
Morning, Your Honor. Well, we're just sharpening up the ice skates for the big freeze here, because we're going to be a little colder than you, I guess, through the night tonight. Anyways, we're starting out in the mid-40s right now, but it's supposed to be. The weather reporters here, they were claiming we're going to be down in the 20s. Areas, the northern side of the Maryland is going to be in the 20s there, and of course, you know, you talk colder in the higher elevations, but the frost usually ends up in the valleys. So if you get low-lying areas, you know, you'll get the frost down low, and of course the valleys are the last to get the sun in the morning, so the frost hangs around that much longer there, and before it starts warming up there when the big yellow thing comes up. But yeah, we're supposed to be back up to mid 70s, and so after that we're good for the rest of the week. But so anyways, while we were hanging out here, and I haven't got a chance to try it yet, but Pup called and he said there might be a way in the back door.
Oh, yeah?
Now, I'm not, you got to be careful taking things from Pup when he says there's a way in the back door. But anyways, but then he said that it's the way in the back door of the app. And he said that if you go to the app and it shows you that screen there that says that, it's
not available.
Got to be not available. That he says if you pull that down like it's a notification bar, he says you can find the play button and then push the play button. So I don't know. I haven't been able to figure out how to do it on my tablet, but that was what he said he was able to do on his phone. So anyways, I can't. I just opened mine up here. I can't. I
got the little message. Your station is currently unavailable. Please relaunch the app.
Yep.
I can't move it. Left, right, up, down, nothing.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, I can't slide mine either. So, but that's what Pup says. I don't know. Maybe he's had a couple of them skull busters already or something when he's telling me this. But maybe he's turning his phone sideways. I don't know. Maybe did you try turning the phone, see if it makes a difference going sideways and up and down? Sometimes that does things. But anyways, I don't know. But anyways, I'm using the regular website there.
Yeah.
Your overnightdriveradio.com did a Google search and it just pops it up there in the browser, and then you just push the play button and it plays just like it does on the app, either of the apps. So we're good as gold there. So we're.
It's just for the poor folks out there that are trying to listen on the app that can't find it, and they don't know what to do, right? Hey, hold that thought. We'll be right back.
USA News Update. President Biden reassures Ukrainian President Zelensky of quick military aid as the Senate prepares to pass a foreign aid package, including military assistance for Ukraine. During a call Monday, Biden reaffirmed the U.S.'s commitment to supporting Ukraine against Russian aggression. Former President Trump's hush money trial is over for Monday. Prosecutors accused him of falsifying records to hide payments to Stormy Daniels in 2016. Trump's defense denies any scheme, claiming Daniels tried to profit from false allegations, owing Trump $600,000 from failed lawsuits. The first witness, David Packer, was called, but the trial was halted due to the Passover holiday. Kroger and Albertsons are selling an additional 166 stores as part of efforts to address regulatory concerns over their proposed $25 billion merger. This move aims to mitigate fears of increased prices and job losses. John Schaefer, USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, we'll get to some of our industry headlines coming up here. It was Philly Dan last evening out of the box. It said the cargo thieves strike again in Philadelphia. And the most recent incident was Friday morning, shortly after we wrapped up our program, about 5:30 a.m. What'd they get this time? And now, and this time the driver of the truck was left injured. Also coming up, finally, it looks like Memphis is trying to do something about the predatory towing issues. Finally. It's been like how many months, or it's almost like several years we've been talking about the A1 towing in particular there. But, all right, more on that coming up. First, let me get back to the anonymous hippopotamus.
Yeah, so anyways, my tablet's set up there to do automatic updates, so I don't go in to update any of my apps normally, and so it does it all itself. So apparently that's why I'm on the latest version of whatever that made it not work. So I guess if somebody didn't have automatic updates clicked on their, in their thing, so they had to manually update, they'd still have the older versions, so they'd still actually be able to listen on their Android.
Yeah, because my app was still working about 4 or 5 days ago, and like I said, I went in. I don't have a charger, so I have to use the princess's charger since I got this new phone. And she handed me my phone. All right, it's fully charged, and I just downloaded the latest update. It's all updated for you. Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Now it don't work. Thanks for fixing it. Yep. Yeah. But anyways, so we're just out here doing our regular thing here. I did 95 there. They got construction in Delaware on 95 northbound there, so it's pretty slow going northbound 95 in Delaware, going up to the 90 through 95 to the 295 495 split there, where you either split off to head towards Wilmington to go up towards Pennsylvania Way on 495, or you split the 295 to go across the Delaware Memorial Bridge to head to Jersey. wherever Jersey is. I don't know. They tell me there's Jersey out there somewhere. I don't know. But anyways, so if you're heading up 95 there that way, you're gonna run into a bit of a delay here this evening. They've got construction going, and they got all their electronic Indian boards all set up there, telling you that 32 people have died so far in Delaware on the highways. So in case you're keeping track of that statistic somewhere, you can jot that down there. There's been 32 highway deaths in Delaware so far this year. So anyways, I don't know how that compares to the other states or anything. I don't know. Not too many other ones advertise how many people get killed on the highways as a weekly update or something. But anyways, so I guess everything else is rolling along about the same there. I guess sounds like government's working as good as it can, doing what they do best, screwing the American public out of their tax dollars.
Yep.
And Pennsylvania up there in Philadelphia, they're doing as well as ever, hon. Having loads hijacked, and they still got the streets of Kensington going on down there with all their high traffic sales and everything going. Yeah, all right. So I don't know. Anyways, I guess with all that nonsense there, we'll let you get out there and do some due diligence. Just thought I'd give you a quick update there, and you touched it pretty good there on what went on with the app. So we'll look forward to getting things straightened away, and hopefully, as you say, the next couple of days, Google will approve it. And I don't know. I guess we won't be seeing repeats of the show on that TikTok here pretty quick, will we? Sounds like that.
How many days do they have left, right? How many days? TikTok days appear to be numbered. That was in the legislation that passed over the weekend as well. All right, the trend of cargo theft in Philly continues, and it continues to grow. About 5:30 this past Friday morning, police responded to a reported robbery in northeast Philadelphia. Thieves made off with 2 pallets, about 100 boxes of frozen snow crabs. About $30,000 value. Yeah, according to reports, up to a dozen suspects used 4 vehicles to perpetrate this heist. The driver of the refrigerated truck was asleep in the cab, made aware of the theft by a security system on the trailer. The crooks, however, were undeterred. Police said the driver was beaten up and had his cell phone taken when he attempted to stop the thieves. Now, he ultimately was treated on the scene for injuries. Perhaps most interesting was the location of this cargo theft, which occurred at the Walmart delivery dock in the Philadelphia Mills Shopping Center. That's presumably a place of heightened security. Officials say they're reviewing surveillance footage from the area, but this has been a trend. The brazen crimes continue. This incident just 9 days after thieves made off with 56 cases of pork valued at $12,000. Police officers are telling truckers, do not try to intervene. If you're the victim of cargo theft, simply call 911 immediately. That sentiment being echoed by the safety director of the Pennsylvania Motor Truck Association. These thieves are targeting specific trucks, he says. They look at the type of trailer. If you see a refrigerated trailer, you know there's something valuable in there, whether it's ice cream or pork or crab legs or beef, whatever it might be. This marks the 53rd cargo theft reported in the city so far this year, and we're only into April. Back in March, it was cases of bourbon stolen from the trailer in the northeast portion of the city. In that case, as with many of the other recent thefts, the driver was asleep in the cab. Of course, last year we had the case when $750,000 worth of dimes were stolen from a parked truck that had just left the Mint, the Philadelphia Mint. And that theft occurred in the same parking lot as the most recent incident. I don't know. It's heightened security? It doesn't much sound like heightened security to me there. All right, let me take you on down south, where Mississippi lawmakers passed a bill that will provide some new protections for commercial vehicle drivers from predatory towers. Last Friday, the Mississippi governor signed Senate Bill 2635 into law. Now, I said Memphis. I guess this is the Mississippi side, not the Tennessee side. But the new law increases protections for commercial vehicle drivers during non-consensual tows and regulates how much truckers can be charged for towing services. Under the new legislation, a commercial vehicle towing advisory committee made up of law enforcement, tow, and trucking industry stakeholders will establish statewide maximum towing and storage rates for non-consensual tows, including those for private property, to be reviewed by the committee each year. Here's what else the law does. They break down. It guarantees truckers reasonable access to their truck after a non-consensual tow. It guarantees truckers the right to request a specific tow company unless the company is unavailable, makes it illegal for law enforcement or members of the Commercial Vehicle Towing Advisory Committee to receive compensation from a towing and recovery service for the privilege of being included on their tow list. It requires tow services to document the condition of the vehicle and the reason for the tow prior to towing. It forbids towing a truck from commercial property without written permission from the property owner. Also, tow companies cannot tow from private property unless the property owner has posted proper signage. Lastly, tow and recovery companies cannot use vehicle immobilization devices like a boot unless directed to do so by law enforcement. So that's a big step in the right direction, right? Predatory towing is an egregious practice that not only disrupts our state's supply chain, but costs Mississippi truck owners thousands of dollars for each unwanted tow. According to the Mississippi Trucking Association President Hal Miller, we are grateful to Mississippi legislators for listening to our concerns about this unfair tactic. We thank the governor for quickly signing this into law. So there we go. Looking forward to our continued partnership and our state leaders on common sense reforms. Justice, fairness, safety. All right, on the Mississippi side anyway. Hello, Memphis, Tennessee. Anybody home? How about taking a page out of the playbook from your neighbors there? It is 844-844-3388. Send your heat wave on board, and, of course, plenty of room for you as we get a new day underway, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Pappy sends me a link to the kind of the headline from the Department of State. What is that number? The HR 8034, I think it was, where they're requesting an additional amount for migration and refugee assistance to the tune of $3,495,000,000 to remain available until expended, till we spend it all to address humanitarian needs of vulnerable populations and communities, provided that such amount is designated by the Congress as being for an emergency requirement pursuant to Section 251B2A1 of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985. Nearly $5 billion. HR 8034. That's the one. 8034. And that's taxpayer dollars to go for food, housing, whatever they're doing for these thousands that continue to pour across our southern border every single day. And although that tide, that wave has slowed dramatically in Texas, what they've done is everything's just kind of shifted a little bit further east. The numbers do not lie. And that is more and more coming into Southern California. As I said, Joe Biden's America, they call it. The numbers don't lie. Even with the false narrative of the mainstream media, the border is still a mess. The Biden regime is known for the last 3 years. They have no intention of locking down the border. Customs and Border Protection sources show that this past week, there were over 6,400 encounters with illegal aliens at the border for 2 days in a row, so 6,400 in a day. Before that increase, the numbers were in the 4,000 to 5,000 range daily. But this is a limited sample. It's an indication things are not improving. Texas has seen a decrease, while a good majority of these illegal aliens are crossing now in the San Diego sector. The statistics show about 1,500 crossings 2 days in a row in just that sector. Since Texas has taken the actions they have to lock down their border, a lot of illegals have been entering through San Diego. And we've also seen an increase in Chinese illegals crossing. Recall back in February, Fox News reporter Griff Jenkins was at the border in the San Diego sector interviewing a Chinese illegal who was there to, quote, take the money. Griff Jenkins asked him, okay, why did you come? And his reply was, to take the money. Money? Money for job? There's no job in China, he asks. According to the Border Patrol Chief, Jason Owens, there have been illegals from over 160 countries that have entered the U.S. this past fiscal year. Every country and every region has smugglers that try to facilitate a pipeline for them to get where they're going, and they're connected with one another. If they're coming from Europe or they're coming from Asia, they'll find a way to maybe get to South America. And from South America, They may make their way up to the Darien Gap, make their way to Central America, ultimately find their way to decision points that take them to different points along our southern border. Numbers, an estimated 10 to 12 million have crossed the border since January of 2021. Now, that number is equal to about the population of 41 individual states. States in this country. Oh, boy. It's 844-844-3388. Morning, Senor Heatwave.
Oh, good morning, Senor. I think you got your directions a little off. California's not east of Texas. It's west.
Did I say east?
But that's okay. We know.
I said they've moved east.
You
Yeah, they've
said
moved
east.
west. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you've got a lot on your mind and a lot on your hands right now, so I won't begrudge you for that little mistake. Okay. 2 weeks ago when OJ died, I tried getting on because Eagle had said OJ was an innocent man. You know, that's what the jury found out. Well, I'm going to revive that a little bit here while I still have a good voice. And I'm going to say what I was going to say then. The jurist, years later, here about 3 years ago, there were a couple of them that said they knew he was guilty. But due to the beating of Rodney King.
Hang on a second here, Alan. Where'd that come from? Okay.
But they said it was an indictment against the LAPD, that they went ahead and found OJ innocent, or said he was innocent. I won't say fine, but they said he was innocent. And you cannot be an innocent person yet held liable for the deaths of two people. And yes, he was divorced from the missus. So, you know, that's, you got to look at it with a grain of salt and go, well, yeah, they found him not guilty, but he really was, because he had to pay. And did he pay?
In the civil,
No.
in the civil case, right? And I mean now, I mean, I think there's a debate, or I don't know how much the guy was worth or what his estate was worth. But I mean, the day of his passing, I guess his legal counsel, OJ's legal counsel, made it sound like that the Goldman family, was that the family, they weren't going to get a dime. But he kind of recanted that because he was just kind of PO'd at some of the comments that family had made. But I don't know how much OJ's estate was even worth. Probably not what they owed him.
Yeah, probably not. But so, anyways, enough with that. Yeah, I tell you, it irritates me to no end. And there are times where I've got to turn off Fox News, and I know that they're reporting what's going on, but it just ticks me off that the subjects that they're reporting on, i.e. these college-educated idiots out there screaming, death to America, death to Israel, on American soil, and burning the American flag, I just got to turn it off. I've got to go to another channel, because it absolutely infuriates me that I and others who went to serve in the military, whether they were drafted or not, I wasn't drafted. I went on my own volition. But I mean, those of us that have served, we were trying to protect the rights of our country. And they are abusing the rights. So, yeah, like I said last night, gather them up and ship their happy honeys over there to Iran, to Palestine, or wherever they think Palestine is, to be with the Palestinians. They're going to be the infidels over there. They're going to be the first targets that Hamas and the Houthis and Hezbollah and the Iranians look at. So, yeah, you keep on doing this. And then to have AOC enunciate that it was a peaceful protest. That is so, she's so damn full of fertilizer, I wouldn't buy a bag of it from her.
Well, that's what the remember the mainstream media, when you're standing out there and there's buildings burning behind the reporter, and he said it's a mostly peaceful protest. I mean, that's what tell me what's not peaceful then when you got buildings burning.
Except for the fires, everything was okay. Yeah, sure. It reminds me of Baghdad. It reminds me of Baghdad, Bob. Oh, everything's okay. Don't believe what you see. Don't believe what you hear, except from me. And all these colleges that are going with DEI, diversity, equity, and whatever the hell the I stands
Inclusion.
for. They're not inclusion. They are not practicing DEI, because if they were, they would allow the other students who are of Israeli or Jewish faith
to have a say. Yeah. Hey, we got to pause there as we close out hour number 1.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. Former President Donald Trump is again claiming the hush money charges brought against him in New York are politically motivated. Trump speaking while leaving the Manhattan courthouse following opening statements.
Think of it. I got indicted. I'm the leading candidate. I'm beating Biden. I'm beating the Republicans now. I have the nomination. And this is what they try to take me off the trail for.
Former President Trump is charged with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records regarding the payment of adult film star Stormy Daniels before the 2016 election. On Monday, Columbia University made it a remote learning day as protests continue to intensify over the Israel-Hamas war. The university president saying school leaders are in talks about how to end the crisis Columbia finds itself in as an anti-Israel encampment remains on the campus quad. The House approves billions in foreign aid for U.S. allies, but some Republicans say they should have focused on securing the southern border first. Florida Republican Congressman Rick Scott is one of them.
The biggest issue in the country is we have terrorists, drugs, criminals flocking across our southern border. There is nothing in this bill. But we're going to help Ukraine, protect their border. Look, I want Ukraine to win. I want Russia to lose. But I want a secure southern border.
Nike is laying off over 700 employees from its Oregon headquarters as the company is preparing to lose money in the first half of 2025. The announcement arrives the same time Nike appears to have a multi-million-dollar deal with women's basketball star Caitlin Clark. Clark is expected to sign a deal worth upwards of $28 million. President Biden delivers remarks just outside of Washington, D.C. on Earth Day. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Millions of Americans will be keeping their eyes on the skies later this week. USA's Corey Myers has details.
A storm system that will move across the country this week brings with it the threat of severe weather for about 15 million people in the central U.S. That first round of storms developing on Thursday across the plains. Friday's threats a little further north and east over the eastern plains and Midwest. We're looking at dangerous hail and damaging winds that will likely transition into a tornado threat.
Continuing coverage on one of our top stories, Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis is speaking about anti-Israel protests taking place across college campuses in the United States.
If I were in charge, I would send the Justice Department after those universities because this is unacceptable.
The governor says anti-Semitism that has been allowed to grow at schools like Columbia University and Yale is not just bad speech. He says they're targeting Jewish students and bringing about a hostile environment that violates the civil rights of those students. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. wants the entire U.S. budget to be available on blockchain if elected. The independent candidate saying during a rally in Michigan on Sunday that it would allow any American to look at the budget anytime. The blockchain is a ledger of transactions that is typically associated with cryptocurrency. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
All right, thank you very much. Hey, welcome back, welcome aboard as we close out a Monday. from time zone to time zone. Yeah, it's a mess on numerous college campuses. How have we got to this point in this country? That is the question. All right, Columbia University canceled in-person classes. Dozens were arrested at Yale. The gates to Harvard Yard were closed to the public Monday as some of the most prestigious U.S. universities try to diffuse campus tensions over the Israel war with Hamas. These actions follow the arrest last week of more than 100 pro-Palestinian demonstrators who had camped out on Columbia's green. Schools all over the country trying to figure out where do we draw the line between allowing free expression and maintaining a safe, inclusive campus. In addition to demonstrations at the Ivy League schools, pro-Palestinian encampments have sprouted up on other campuses, including the University of Michigan, New York University, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. These protests pitting students against one another. Pro-Palestinian students demanding that the schools condemn Israel's assault on Gaza and divest from companies that sell weapons to Israel. Jewish students, meanwhile, say much of the criticism of Israel has veered into outright anti-Semitism, making them feel unsafe, and point out that Hamas is still holding hostages that were taken on October the 7th. Tensions remained high Monday at Columbia, where the campus gates were locked to anyone without a school ID, where protests broke out on both campus, on campus, and outside the campus. U.S. Representative Kathy Manning from North Carolina, the Democrat who was visiting Columbia with 3 other Jewish members of Congress to view the encampment, told reporters after the meeting with students from the Jewish Law Students Association there is an enormous encampment of people who have taken up about a third of the green out there. Signs indicating Israel should be destroyed. A woman inside the campus gates led about 24 protesters on the street outside in the chant of "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free," which is a very charged phrase that can mean different things to different groups, but most believe it means the elimination of Israel, right? Push them into the sea. The university president issued a statement saying she's deeply saddened by what's happening on campus, trying to de-escalate things and give us all a chance to consider our next steps. I'm announcing that all classes will be held virtually. That was this past day. I'm not sure if they're going to continue that today. Faculty and staff should work remotely when possible. Students who do not live on campus should stay away from the campus. It's pretty disturbing what's happening out there. All right, Heatwave, you can let you finish up there. It's a mess on our college campuses. I don't know what they can do about it.
It sure enough is. Thank you for holding me over. Yeah, like I said, AOC is saying it's a peaceful, which we all know is BS, and they asked Biden about it, and he kind of hem-hawed. He's full of good saying, bluster, but then he don't do any action. And he's saying, Israel has a right to defend themselves from extinction, but you got to understand the Palestinian side. Akin to Trump saying there in Charleston, well, there's good people on both sides. He was criticized for saying that. They ain't saying a damn word about Biden and what he just said. He's hem-hawing. He's flip-flopping. So, anyways, I think Robert Kraft, the owner of the Patriots, he was a student at Columbia, I think. I believe that's right. He has pulled his money.
Yes.
His contributions.
No more fun.
So, what are they going to say? Yeah. So, what are they going to say about him? Oh, he's anti-Muslim or or anti-whatever.
Yeah.
No, he's just anti-hate. So, anyways, hey, if who was that the guy that was in Santa Fe? Window Man?
I believe that was his handle. Window Truck, I think, is what he goes by. Arizona Window Truck.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Hey, if you wouldn't mind, if he'd be okay with it, if you'd pass my number to him, and you know, maybe the next time I'm at the Hacienda and he's up there in Santa Fe, I can make a 45-minute run up there just to say hi. But with that, I'll go with this. Lady just jumped in the shower and all lathered up, and she hears a knock on the door. And she's like, ah. So she steps out of the shower just in her full glory, saying, who's out there? And the answer was, blind man. So she figured, what the hell, he ain't going to see much anything, if anything at all. So she opened up the door, and the guy's like, where do you want me to hang these blinds at, lady? Goodbye to me.
There you go. Ah, yes, indeed. Ah, boy, oh, boy. Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. What's going on?
Well, Steve, not babysitting tonight.
Yeah?
I got number 7 laying here on the couch, and number 8, being him's having a round. He got his days and nights mixed up. He's kicking mama and daddy's butt. So they called me and said, you're a night owl. Said, won't you come down here and take care of him and let us rest tonight? I said, well, that ain't no problem. So anyway, about 9 o'clock, it got time for number 7 to go to bed, and he decides he wants to set up. So I knocked him out about an hour ago. He laying there resting, and me and number 8 sitting up here listening to you and watching Andy Griffith reruns, and his eyes is wide awake.
Wow.
And he got used to somebody holding him, and you lay him down in that crib to go to bed, and he starts screaming and hollering. So that's what I'm doing right now, and enjoying every minute of it.
The joys of being a grandpa.
The joys of being a grandpa. And he ain't been much trouble. I mean, he surprised me with my dirty diaper, and we got that handled, and you know, and it's a relaxing thing there, but you know, it's just sitting here watching them reruns, listening to you, and watch him suck this bottle, and it's just amazing, you know, to be that close and be there. So,
yeah.
You know, maybe the next couple of nights I can break him out of this wanting to stay up all night.
Hey, I saw over the weekend, Biscuit got a lesson, got her first driving lesson. She's out there on the John Deere, I saw.
Yeah, I was so proud of her, Steve. She told me, said, I drive that thing. I tell you what, if you wreck my lawnmower, I'm going to beat the brakes off your butt. And she said, yeah, right. So, anyway, I cranked it up, set the speed where she couldn't go so fast.
Yeah.
She made about 4 trips around the house, and Grandma went out there and got a little bit upset. She got kind of sideways, but she figured it out. But she went around that house about, the lawnmower run out of gas. And, yeah, I was right proud of her. Be 7 years old and never been on a lawnmower or anything. It took right off. I said, oh, boy, here's my net gear jammer right here. So I just thought I'd give y'all a buzz. I don't know when I'm coming back to work, Steve. They called me today and said, you about ready to go to work? And I said, not really, but, you know, if you got something. He said, well, he says, we ain't got nothing right this minute, but, you know, I'll have something this afternoon. And I said, well, let's see how it goes. They never did call me back, so I ain't going to pressure them, you know. I'm kind of enjoying doing what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
It don't pay much, but the enjoyment is worth the pay. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But you know, I the other night, you know, you talking about those storms earlier. They ran up the Rock Hill and all that.
Yeah, those were
that
nasty.
thing went between. That thing went between us, and it had been overcast Saturday night, and one of my nephews said, "I want to go fishing." I said, "Boy, it's going to be bad tomorrow." It ain't going to rain. I said, all right. So we got up early Sunday morning, went real swamp. And, man, the fish were jumping in the boat, committing suicide, man. And I heard a clap of thunder, and I said, "Hey, Bo, we better get the hell up out of here." And so we got to the hill and got the boat loaded, and the bottom fell out of it. Debbie's jumping up and down. "Y'all need to get home. Y'all need to get home." Said, "It's really getting bad, you know." And, boy, when that thing rolled in up yonder Rock Hill and up there, Bubba, I mean, it didn't take no prisoners. I got some friends up there that their cars got completely demolished up there, knocked the windshield out of them. It was a mess. And trees down everywhere, power out. And all we got was the rain off of it. We got a little bit of a breeze, but we didn't get what they got up yonder in that upstate. I mean, it flat ass put it on them up there.
I saw some of the video. Somebody was kind of filming the hail coming down, and they had an above ground pool in their backyard, and you could see all the foliage just getting stripped out of the trees, and
it was something else. And we finally, talking about the pools, we finally got the pool. They got the new liner in it after they messed it up and split. We got it up, got it running, and now it turned cold. You can't get in it. But last week, boy, it got hot down there at the high, 90 degrees every day, you know. It was good fishing weather. Done a lot of fishing. But we just sitting here playing Granddaddy and enjoying every minute of it. I'm telling you what, but ain't nothing like it. You know, I reckon the old saying, you know, the virtues of being a granddaddy is because you didn't kill your children when they was growing up. And I told JJ, I said, "Boy, you wait about 4 or 5 years. You wait till this here number 7 gets up and gets rolling." I said, he gonna be we called him Houdini.
Uh-oh.
That boy, he figured out how to flip the latches on the locks on screen doors. And I bought him one of them tool kits at Christmas. He could take that screwdriver and ease over there and flip that lock up with that screwdriver. And then he'd run out there in the yard. Well, other night, we was sitting there, and I seen him. He was easing around through there, and he'd over to that toy box. He got that screwdriver. I told JJ, I said, "You better get ready." I said, "Houdini's fitting to make a disappearance." He ain't going nowhere if us sitting there. And I seen him flip. I said, "You better grab him." And he flipped that door open, boy. He was out there on that back porch. He was going out there to get on that John Deere. He wanted to ride the John Deere. So I don't know what we're going to do with him. I tell you what, he's an escape artist. But we just wanted to holler at y'all and tell y'all we're taking life easy. We'll probably be out here the weekend if everything goes all right. Don't know yet. Depends if I can get Rutledge to sleep at night. Because I tell you what, right now he's wide awake looking at me smiling. So anyway, we just thought we'd give you a holler and let you know we're still kicking.
Hey, it's great to hear from you, Gouch. I appreciate you taking the time to chime in, give us an update when you're actually not even actually out on the road. So enjoy that time home with the grandbabies.
Well, I appreciate y'all keeping me up at night, you know. And, something to listen to and listen to the guys call in. So y'all get on them phones and get that chit chat going, and we'll back on out of here and watch some more Andy Griffith.
All right, like you haven't seen him already. How many episodes have you not seen? Right? It's kind of like Pappy was saying last evening. Big Andy Griffith fan. They don't make them like that anymore, though, do they? All right, who we got on board? There's Tanya. Morning, Steve. Beautiful day. Spent the day doing yard work. Got a lot of honking at the Trump sign. This is folks, I'll call them neighbors around the corner that they got a big Trump sign. Honk for Trump, something along that line. And so, yeah, people going by honking that horn. She said, can't wait till November. There you go. Karen says, is there another way to listen on my Android? All right, she's on Facebook there, obviously. At this point, I would just recommend just open up whatever, like, internet browser you have. You can open your Google Chrome or whatever the heck you've got for your internet and type in overnightdriveradio.com. And it'll pop up there. You can listen like you did on the app. Hopefully that app's up and running here in a day or two, all right? But, yeah, that would be my recommendation. Let's see. Roy said, my overnight drive radio Android version thingy is working. But like you said, it probably hasn't been updated. Don't have the latest update. Yep. All right, 844-844-3388. Coming up here in just a few at the bottom of the hour following our news break. We'll come back with Tyler Porter. Who was it that said, for fear of sounding like a big dummy, who is Tyler Porter? It was, let's see, was that Rubber Ducks? Yeah, whoever it was. Either way, yeah, he's with Fox Factory. Are you familiar with the Fox Factory? Yeah, they're performance vehicle development. If you do things off the road, I don't care if you're talking, your pickup truck off-roading, motorbikes, dirt track racing, and anything you do off the road, big in shocks and a whole lot more. I mean, he'll be explaining what they can build for people like who like to get out there on the weekend and have some fun. Fox Performance. So I'll be coming up here in just a few. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, never lived on a farm, never milked a cow as a kid. Grandpa used to tell me all those stories about milking the cows in the morning. And he'd oftentimes say, nothing better than that fresh milk right from the cow. And you talk about the cream that would rise to the top. I don't know how many, does anyone out there nowadays still drink the milk straight from the cow? I'm sure there are some, with farms and whatnot. I'm not sure about, the Amish community. The CDC this past day, with all this talk about the bird flu moving into dairy cows. CDC warns the H5N1 virus has been detected in raw, unpasteurized milk from cattle infected with the virus. They recommend consuming raw milk can be dangerous. You should always drink pasteurized milk, especially now with all the uncertainty of this avian flu that spread to herds of dairy cattle. According to Barron's, the World Health Organization has expressed concerns that the virus was found, in their words, in very high concentrations in raw milk. Experts do not know how long the pathogen can survive in milk. Now, 8 U.S. states have now been affected by the H5N1 virus, causing occurrences in dairy cattle and spreading between herds and nearby poultry farms. As we know, to date, only one human case has been identified involving a dairy worker in Texas. That individual reported eye redness from contracting the highly contagious virus. He is recovering, they tell us. All right. For now, the threat of contracting the avian flu from drinking milk would be confined to raw or unpasteurized products, they say. Drinking raw milk, in general, not a good idea because it can carry many other pathogens like Salmonella, Listeria, or E. coli. Pasteurized milk, the kind you find at the grocery store, remains safe to drink. Dairy farms in the U.S. are required, they say, to destroy milk from infected animals so it doesn't make it into the food chain in the first place. But out of an abundance of caution, as they say, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Former President Trump's hush money trial is over for Monday. Trump had this to say leaving the courthouse.
I got indicted. I'm the leading candidate. I'm beating Biden. I'm beating the Republicans now. I have the nomination. And this is what they try and take me off the trail for.
The first witness, David Pecker, was called by the prosecution, but the trial halted due to the Passover holiday. The Senate is expected to pass a $95 billion aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan this week. Senate leaders are aiming for swift passage of the legislation, which was approved by the House on Saturday. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear a significant gun rights case involving ghost guns, which are kits that can be purchased without background checks. The key question is whether the ATF has the authority to change gun regulations or if this power lies solely with Congress. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code SteveSaves at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, we are back at it once again. Welcome back, welcome aboard as we roll into a brand new day, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. We're gonna do something a little different. Rather than talking about all the serious issues like truck insurance and taxes and things of that, let's get maybe, I guess I would say, off the road. Tyler Porter joins us from Fox Performance, and you guys are all about having on the weekends. Everybody likes to get away.
Fun. We're a company that has been, we're a business in this kind of market for over 40 years, and we became part of the Fox family in 2020. So we have brands that we build custom pickup trucks for, but like Black Widow, Rocky Ridge, Black Ops. We have licensing agreements to build Shelby American trucks and the Harley Davidson edition trucks as well. So we've got a really large lineup of complete custom turnkey vehicles. So, basically, especially for the people out there that are driving all night, when they finally get home, some people, it's a hobby. They like to do things themselves. They want to build their own truck and their own vision. And Fox also has a portfolio of companies that can help you there, from Method Wheels to BDS suspension, of course, the Fox Shock. So you could do it yourself. But for those that really want a turnkey solution, they want to walk into a dealership, hassle-free, buy the truck, and then be able to enjoy it during their home time, we're a perfect solution for that.
So you're not talking about just somebody that's going to be like hauling a trailer somewhere or hauling something, a boat or something. You guys are about getting off the road. Is it this is where you get out into the nitty-gritty and the off-road, dirty, muddy, desert, those kind of things?
Well, I mean, we've got something for everybody. If you have a really awesome boat and you need a really awesome truck to pull it with, we were on a film shoot last week with a new limited edition version of one of our vehicles, and we were pulling a boat for the video, so it's for that. Yesterday, we also launched our new super truck. So now that one is basically a street legal trophy truck. It's 15 inches of suspension travel, 37-inch tires, supercharged, 700 horsepower. So we kind of have everything. We build Jeeps for the Jeep crowd that are incredibly capable. So really, the world is their oyster. However they need to use a truck, there's a good chance we make one that is turnkey, that fits their needs.
So help me understand, when you say build, you're building, is this all about suspension on the vehicles, or?
It can be. We've got, all of our trucks that come through, whether we lift them, whether we lower them, are getting, some kind of aftermarket suspension. Nearly every vehicle we produce will have Fox shocks on it. Some of our higher end vehicles will have fully adjustable Fox shocks. That super truck I was talking about, it has what we call Fox Alive valve suspension on it, and it has in-cab controls. You can be driving that thing and hit a button on the dash and completely change the feel of that truck. But then we also do a lot of the cosmetic things. We're going to do larger wheels and tires. We have capabilities to do custom paint. We redo the interiors. It's a full turnkey solution.
So I was kind of looking at there was a whole series of videos and whatnot about the Fox Performance shocks. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of Hot Shot Secret is kind of all about, they're primarily into the straight line racing. I'm a big fan of dirt track racing. And
myself as well.
The late models, these guys that you get on a dirt track, and from one track to the next, you don't really know what the setup's going to be. I'm fascinated with how much you guys can do with the ability for those. Sometimes they'll get into the corners and there will be ruts that are 6 or 8 or 10 inches deep sometimes. I've seen cars flip over going into the ruts. How do you set up a vehicle to be able to handle something like that?
Well, that's probably going to be just outside of my boundaries. So on the suspension side of things, but being a dirt track car fan and actually being a dirt track motorcycle racer myself, you could talk to 5 different suspension engineers and they're going to have 5 different theories on how something works. Whether, some guys like a lot of spring and a little bit of valving. Some people like a heavy or a light spring and heavy valving. And then it's going to be all about driver feel as well. Some guys are going to want a car that's a little tighter. Someone is going to want, something a little bit loose. But like you said, those dirt track conditions, every single lap, that's what makes it so difficult. Every single lap, the moisture content's changing, the line may be changing, whether, the bottom line's going away and everybody needs to move up to the cushion. So that kind of stuff always kind of keeps our teams guessing. And Fox does have a long history in the late model and A and B mod world. In fact, one of my Black Widow ambassadors is Kenny Wallace, and Kenny Wallace has Fox shocks on his A mod.
That's pretty cool. Yep. So you guys so it's not just racing, it's off. There's so many different, I guess, specters of getting off the road, as they say.
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about your custom builds or what you guys maybe specialize in.
Yeah, it's I guess it would be kind of cliche, but we're a little bit mild to wild. We've got lines of trucks that are a lot more cosmetically based. And then, we start moving into things that are way more performance based. I've mentioned the super truck and the capabilities of that. We're getting really close to launching a new Jeep model that is very, very focused on off-road capability. We have built a world-class Bronco that we licensed through King of the Hammers, which is a very famous off-road race in Johnson Valley, California, in the desert out there. So it's kind of primarily for your rock crawling and things like that, kind of with it's a rock crawler's daily driver. It can get out there and do everything you need, but it can also take the kids to school and be comfortable as well, So it's kind of, like I said, it's all about what the customer wants. We have everything. We build an F-250 for Shelby called the Super Baja, and that thing is insane. It's got the 6.7 diesel in it, and it's lifted, and it has all the looks. But when we were out filming it, the suspension capabilities on that truck even blew our stunt driver away. So we were out there filming, the lights getting low, and I wanted to shoot it going through some whoops, and he goes through them. I said, "Nah, that's not going to work. You're going to have to go faster." And he was like, "Well, I don't want to hurt the truck." And I said, "Oh, trust me, you won't hurt the truck." And is it a trophy truck? It isn't, but we were doing 35, 40 mile an hour through these whoops, with full leather seats and all the comforts that anybody could dream of. And even he was kind of blown away by that. So mild to wild, we kind of have what you want.
So are you telling me there's people that actually have, they purchase a vehicle and then they kind of customize, but they're using it to drive for like an everyday thing, and then they take it out on the weekends to have fun with?
Oh, 100%. And probably a lot of your listeners, this is what's really funny to me. I spent most of my adult career in the motorcycle industry. And when I came over here, I, of course, knew Fox Factory, but I did not know the division that I represent now. I didn't know Black Widow trucks and Rocky Ridge trucks. And once I understood what was going on and started looking around, it blew my mind how many of them are out there. And I'm sure when your listeners hear this, they'll start seeing, Black Widow has a spider logo on the door. Rocky Ridge has it's kind of a mirror image of the letter R that kind of looks like a gladiator mask, and that's on the door. And you'll start seeing these trucks. There's so many of them out there. It's kind of like its own community, and that's what we're really kind of trying to foster. And we can build anywhere from 10 to 16,000 trucks a year. So they're definitely out there, with that kind of capability in production and being, in the upfitting business in various vehicle forms, for over 40 years. When your customers are out there on the road, or customers, when your listeners are out there on the road, I know they're going to start seeing our trucks.
I know people that do this kind of thing. I have a neighbor that I don't know what they call it, a UTV maybe, that he kind of hauls out, and that's where you're crawling around in the rocks. Is that what that is? But that's not something you take on the road. That's something he just hauls out there to have a good time.
Oh, yeah. And the side-by-side technology, man, from where that stuff started, with a Kawasaki Mule, basically like a big golf cart, to what they're doing with them now. Fox works with a lot of the top side-by-side manufacturers, whether it's Can-Am or Polaris, or I think we're still doing stuff with Honda and Kawasaki as well. But I've had the opportunity to ride in some of those top models, and it is a complete thrill ride. When you're with a driver that really knows the capabilities of the vehicle. We were out in the desert, and we're running 70, 75 miles an hour, and we're coming up to these whoops that are 2-3 foot tall, and I'm white knuckling. I'm about to start screaming to slow down, and that thing hits the first one and just starts floating. I mean, I could have sipped a coffee while we were doing it, and I just kind of looked at him and I go, I don't think these things should be sold to the general public. Like they're so capable. It's wild.
Okay. So where are you guys located at?
So my division, we have 4 main locations. I'm based in Trussville, Alabama, Roll Tide. And then we also have Franklin Springs, Georgia, which is just off 85, real close to the South Carolina line. We have Elkhart, Indiana, the RV capital of the world, and Fort Collins, Colorado. We also have another brand that builds custom vans. They're all-wheel drive, lifted. Basically, people want to live off-grid. They build vans, and they're in Portland, Oregon. So I guess technically we have 5 locations, but the pickup trucks are built in 4 locations.
Okay, so before we get to like where folks can find you and everything, you guys are all about, I'm not trying to think of the question I wanted to ask because, you have a brain fart every once in a while. But for the listeners out there that maybe they like to have it, I was thinking, what kind of an investment are you talking about? Where do you buy a vehicle and you start at a base? What can you take them up to?
Oh boy, we have quite the range. And everybody knows on this show, everybody knows how expensive just a stock pickup truck is.
Right.
So what we're selling is the package on top of the factory pickup truck. So we're going to have everything from the high 60s is kind of going to where our complete trucks are going to be. Kind of our bread and butter, a half-ton truck with a normal package on it is going to be in the low 80s. And then we have everything. Some of our limited edition models are going to get close to 6 figures. And then like that Shelby Super Baja F250, it retails around $150,000. All the way up to our super truck that we released yesterday, it's $210,000. So it's not for everyone, and that's what I tell people. When we're posting on Facebook and all these things, and people talk about cost, yes, you could build it cheaper, but the value, what I would say, the value proposition is, it's a turnkey experience. These modified trucks retain their factory warranty, and in addition to that factory warranty, all the parts that we put on are covered by a 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty. The packages are fully financeable. So it is, for somebody that wants to come home off the road, they're tired, they want to go have fun. It's just a super easy way and convenient way. And of course, that being said, everybody knows you pay for a little convenience. I'm sure some of your listeners, there's always that battle between, am I going to repair my truck myself, or am I going to take it to a shop? And we all know, it's cheaper to do it yourself, but do you have the tools? Do you have what you need? And that's what I tell everybody when people just go off about how expensive trucks are. Well, number one, we can't control the cost of the OE platforms, but what we can do is provide the greatest experience out there for everybody.
So you're kind of talking about, when I see somebody, I'm out there driving around and I see this truck that's like way up off the ground. It's like, you don't buy a vehicle like that. It's off the ground. They got the big wide wheels and all these things. Mm-hmm. You're kind of customizing and doing that. So somebody comes to you with what they have a vision for, and you can do that for them?
Yeah, a little bit. Our business model is typically, we have a world-class sales team, and usually they know in that market for that dealer kind of what the bread and butter is. And so some of our builds are a little bit standardized, but if somebody wants a custom color, we can totally make that happen. But, at the same time, we are mass produced. So in a way, I guess an OE would say we're small scale, but we're building a lot of trucks. So there are standard things there. And I was talking about the factory warranty. There's a little bit of a box that we have to play inside, because all of our vehicles, because of our OE agreements, they have to meet federal motor vehicle safety standards. So you're not going to see stuff just jacked up completely to the sky, because, then we would lose some of our rollover safety. So our trucks they're safe, they're turnkey. And like I said, you have the peace of mind of having a warranty as well.
Well, Mindy kind of wanted me to ask, if for some of our listeners out there that maybe like to have fun when they get off the road and get home or whatever for the weekend or a vacation, what would you maybe suggest? Where would somebody start with for a hammerhead or to go off-roading in?
Oh, this is a good one. So, obviously, I'm fortunate enough I get to drive almost everything we built. My favorite one is not an off-road truck. My favorite one, we're not making it for 2024, but there are some 2023s out there left, is the regular cab Shelby Super Snake Sport. It's an F-150 regular cab short bed. It's got 775 supercharged horsepower out of that 5-liter Coyote motor. And that. So if you put it in 4 high and you launch that thing, it is unbelievable. But that being said, most of the time when I do off-road things, I'm on 2 wheels. If I was looking for the off-road stuff, when you're talking kind of a little bit of bang for the buck, ooh, man, I promise you I'm not a brand guy. I own 2 Chevrolets. They're older, but the newer Ford F-150s and F-250s, I like them better. I feel like the interiors, everything's where I want it to be. And that 5-liter V8 is just a riot to drive. I would probably F-150. I like the Rocky Ridge wheels a little bit better than the Black Widow wheels. But that being said, I've been driving the prototype Black Widow F-150 for 2024 with the new body style. Man, it's pretty nice too. So it's tough. I'm not a Jeep guy. So if I was out hammerheading, I would look at the King of the Hammers Bronco. I know it's expensive, but it has all the trail armor already installed. It has a fully adjustable suspension. That thing, it's very, very capable and fun. So that I hope I didn't confuse too many people. If you're on the road, Shelby Super Snake Sport regular cab. If you're needing a pickup truck off-road, I would go Rocky Ridge F-150. Really get out there and conquer some trails. The King of the Hammers Bronco is hard to beat.
So you said you're a 2-wheel kind of guy. What do you like? Is it like the motocross thing or?
I like anything on 2 wheels. I don't care what it is. I'm not picky. From scooters to super bikes, I've got 3 Harleys. I've got 10 bikes total, and they're all in various states of repair. So that's kind of. Are
you a tail of the dragon kind of guy?
Not actually.
Not really, because that's not off road. That's more like.
Well, no, I'll tell you why. The Tail of the Dragon is it's a tourist trap. Unless you go early in the morning, it turns into a parade. Now, I do believe that is something that every motorcyclist should experience. So don't let me deter you from going. You need to go. But unless you get up early where there's no traffic, and don't ever follow a local will get you hurt. So I'm more of a Charahola Skyway where you're it's a flow. You know, you're going 55, 60 miles an hour and it just sweeps and bends. And then off-road, I'm a flat track racer. So give me a limestone half mile or a really good cushion short track. That's kind of my 2 favorites there. And then woods riding, you know, just being and get through the woods. And so, yeah, anything at all, I'll go do it.
So Tyler, for our listeners out there, how do we get in contact with you or Fox Performance or Fox Factory to find out more?
If you're really looking to buy one of our trucks, where I would start pointing you is we have a website called liftedtrucksforsale.com. And that is going to have absolutely every one of our trucks that is in stock at a dealer. And then that way you can find the dealer, you can contact the dealer. We even have options on there. You can get pre-approved. You can get an estimate on your trade. So that's kind of like where you want to go if you're very serious about buying. If you want trucks, we have individual brand websites. So we have blackwidowtrucks.com, rockyridgetrucks.com, and then we have TuscanyMotorCo.com. Shelby.com, and inside of Tuscany is where you'll find those Shelby trucks, where you find the Harley Davidson trucks. And then we have our own brands like Badlander and Black Ops as well. So, we have lots of options to go look for our trucks.
Okay, so not just one website per se or one number to call. Just there's a number of things. What's a starting website? Fox Performance, Fox Factory. Where would you go?
Honestly, I would go to liftedtrucksforsale.com. Lifted Trucks for Sale. Yeah, liftedtrucksforsale.com. If you see a truck on there that you really click on the links in that vehicle listing, it'll take you to the brand websites. And it'll just give you a really good overview of everything we make.
Okay. So where we're going to see you out there on the road, I think you were down at the farm and tractor show there at Louisville. Where are you going to be heading out over the summer?
I just made plans. We are doing an activation at LS Fest West in Las Vegas, April 26th through the 28th at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. That's going to be our next one. That very same weekend on the East Coast, we will have a team at Jeep Beach at Daytona International Speedway. If you guys are Jeep, some vehicles on site there, and we have a great partner in Daytona Dodge there, Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, or CDJR as we say it, that'll have a bunch of vehicles in stock for people. So those are going to be the two core, and then we're going to look at the Harley Davidson Homecoming in Milwaukee, Wisconsin in July. We'll be there at the museum, and then, of course, we'll be gearing up for the Sturgis Rally. We'll have our Harley Davidson Edition trucks out there.
Always a big one, Sturgis.
Oh, yeah.
Tyler Porter, I thank you so much for taking some time to join us this early morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
All right, so thank you so much. We'll do it again sometime on the internet and all that fun stuff. So have fun doing your off-roading.
Hey, I'll do my best.
All right, we'll be back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
USA News, I'm John Schaefer. Former President Trump's hush money trial is over for Monday. Trump had this to say leaving the courthouse.
I got indicted. I'm the leading candidate. I'm beating Biden. I'm beating the Republicans now. I have the nomination. And this is what they try and take me off the trail for.
On the first day, prosecutors accused him of falsifying records to hide payments to Stormy Daniels in 2016. Trump's defense denies any scheme, claiming Daniels tried to profit from false allegations, owing Trump $600,000 from failed lawsuits. The first witness, David Pecker, was called, but the trial was halted due to the Passover holiday. President Biden reassures Ukrainian President Zelensky of quick military aid as the Senate prepares to pass a $60 billion foreign aid package, including military assistance for Ukraine. During a call Monday, Biden reaffirmed the U.S.'s commitment to supporting Ukraine against Russian aggression. President Biden commemorated Earth Day Monday by introducing new grants aimed at residential solar projects.
To award grants, 60 grants across the country to states, territories, tribal governments, municipalities, and nonprofits to develop programs that enable low-income and disadvantaged communities to benefit from residential solar power.
Speaking from Virginia, Biden unveiled $7 billion in grants to alleviate the high initial cost of residential solar installation. The grants are part of Biden's significant climate change legislation. Pro-Palestinian protests at Columbia University have forced classes online. Day 6 of demonstrations has been deemed a crisis by the school's president. Protesters are demanding divestment from companies profiting from Israel's alleged violations of international law and Palestinian rights. And gas prices continue to rise in the U.S., with the average price now hovering around $3.67 per gallon. According to AAA, this is 4 cents higher than the prices were last week. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Senate is anticipated to pass a $95 billion aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan this week. Senate leaders are aiming for swift passage of the legislation, which was approved by the House on Saturday. The package includes over $60 billion in aid for Ukraine and $26 billion for Israel. Kroger and Albertsons are selling an additional 166 stores as part of efforts to address regulatory concerns over their proposed $25 billion merger. This move aims to mitigate fears of increased prices and job losses. The 166 stores are in addition to the over 400 already being sold and operated by C&S. With summer rapidly approaching, our heat waves are becoming hotter, longer, and more frequent. That's why the CDC and NOAA have collaborated to introduce an experimental tool called Heat Risk.
You can put in your zip code and see current heat risk and air quality levels and a 7-day heat risk forecast for your area.
The heat risk map is color-coded from yellow to magenta. CDC Director Dr. Mandy Cohen advises that when temperatures rise, it's best to stay indoors, plan outdoor activities for cooler times of the day, and stay hydrated. An American journalist who was kidnapped in 1985 and held in Lebanon for 7 years has passed away. According to multiple reports, Terry Anderson died at the age of 76 at his home in Greenwood Lake, New York. Anderson volunteered to go to Lebanon in 1982. After Israel's invasion of that country, he was released in 1991. I'm John Schaefer, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Just like that, we are back on a Tuesday. Thank you once again, Tyler Porter, for joining us. Fox Factory. There's another example of kind of like when I was at Louisville. You're interviewing people. You don't know a whole lot about the companies. And I had the website Fox Factory, and that was primarily all about the Fox shocks. You didn't realize he had a lot more. LiftedTrucksForSale.com. If you pull that up, you'll find what he's talking about. But again, an interesting conversation on a chilly morning. Over in Horse Feathers neck of the woods, freeze warnings, frost advisories. We're looking at the freeze warnings from Reading to Allentown, PA, over to Morristown to Trenton, New Jersey, Atlantic. Well, not quite Atlantic City. That's right on the coast, but frost advisories from Philly to Wilmington, Delaware, Baltimore down to D.C., and those frost advisories extend all the way down into much of North Carolina, eastern Kentucky, much of West Virginia tonight. This is not going to be the last cold shot. There's maybe an even colder shot coming in here in a couple of days. This is the first of two Canadian high-pressure areas that are going to bring temperatures as low as the 20s in northern Michigan and upstate New York. Monday morning, this past morning, we're in the mid to upper 20s over interior southern Michigan, northern Ohio, central Pennsylvania, even central and southern New York. So we're talking frosts and freezes that have sent orchard and vineyard operators scrambling to raise temperatures by a few degrees. Wind machines, bonfires in the fields. Regarding vineyards, the non-native varieties of grapes are most susceptible to damage, they tell us. Now, obviously, temperatures have been much higher than historical average since the start of winter. And we saw a lot of early bud breaks, blossoming, and leaf out, and numerous vegetation, from flowering trees and shrubs to fruit trees, vines, and bushes. Anytime a heavy frost or a hard freeze occurs after the bud break and the leaf out occurs, you've got that risk of damage. So a lot of the garden centers, any agricultural interest, anyone who's put out tender plants where a frost or freeze can occur, especially coming up Wednesday night to Friday morning, they're looking at widespread lows in the 20s and lower 30s in store for much of the Great Lakes region away from the immediate shores, the Central Appalachians, the interior Mid-Atlantic, and much of New England on Thursday morning. Yeah, the shores around the big, deep lakes tend to be a little warmer than the surrounding landscape on a clear, calm, or chilly night because of the relatively warm waters. Plus, you've got what they call the heat island effect that prevents frost in some of the big cities, but only to a certain point. There's the risk of frost reaching some of our coastal areas of the Northeast, both Thursday and Friday morning, including Boston, Philadelphia, as well as New York City and Washington, D.C. Now, around Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, at least for Thursday morning. Temperatures Thursday morning may be a few degrees higher than Wednesday night, especially Thursday night rather than Wednesday night. It's still going to be cold enough for a frost or a freeze from parts of the Central Appalachians to much of New England all the way into Friday morning. And then the changes come on. Here I'm talking about, they just, on the news break, talking about our heat waves are getting hotter. The new outlook for the summer of 24 just in from the National Weather Service. And it's, well, we'll just say it's a bit of a toasty one, according to the Washington Post. Hotter than normal conditions favored for almost everywhere, with the exception of a small portion of the northern plains. The greatest odds for a hot summer stretching from Texas into the Pacific Northwest as well as much of the Northeast. The forecast kind of sets the stage for potential bouts of record-challenging high temperatures, possibility of maybe the hottest summer ever observed. Let's talk climate change, right? Weather Service officials and the CDC Monday stressing the importance of preparing for the heat as they unveiled their heat forecast guide that will be used across the country for the first time this year. Now, already used for years in the West, they call it the heat risk factor, the color-coded scale to describe the health risks from heat waves over the coming 7 days. The hot summer forecast. Linked to the switch from the El Nino to the La Nina climate pattern by the second half of the summer. While the La Nina has a small cooling effect overall on the planet, it's boosted summer heat in the United States, especially in recent years. The 3 La Nina summers we had from 2020 to 2022 were all historically rather hot. The nation's summer average temperature of 74 degrees in 21 was tied for the hottest on record. 2022 and 2020 marked the third and the sixth hottest summers, respectively. I know we're going to be hearing about the climate change stuff. It's hot. You know what? Summertime's a-coming. Now, a hot summer often goes hand in hand with drought conditions as temperatures increase, evaporation strips the moisture. The driest weather compared to normal is expected to stretch from western Texas into the northern Rockies. The Weather Service predicts drought will persist or develop in much of that region. Wetter than normal conditions predicted in the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast, which are already off to a wet start this year. But the hot, dry conditions in the Rockies would ordinarily support an elevated summer fire threat. However, large parts of this region are coming out of a wet winter. So right now, the outlooks show limited areas of higher than normal fire potential, which I'd say that's good news. Get back at it here at 844-844-3388. First, let me jump over and give you a couple of updates. Eskimo Mom threw this my way here a bit ago. Here we are just weeks after Ohio's new digital tolling systems went live across the state. Ohio Turnpike officials are warning of a scam. That didn't take long. The Ohio Turnpike Infrastructure Commission has learned about a text message-based scam that is fraudulently claiming to represent the tolling agencies from across the country. The scammers are requesting payment for unpaid tolls. These text messages are randomly being sent out and not uniquely associated with an account or a particular toll road. Turnpike officials said that the Ohio Turnpike Easy Pass does not request payments by text, and the collection of unpaid tolls or violations does not occur via a text message. Any sort of link associated with the Ohio Turnpike Easy Pass would come from easypassoh.com or the ohioturnpike.org. If you receive one of these text messages, they suggest contact the FBI. Be sure to include the phone number from where the text originated and the website link within that text. They call it smishing with an SM, smishing rather than phishing. They quickly had an update from Texas going back to that the disgruntled guy that plowed into the DPS building a few weeks ago. Apparently, a second person has died in relation to that crash. They announced this past day that 63-year-old Cheryl Turner of Brenham died as a result of the incident that occurred back on Friday, April the 12th, when that guy crashed the stolen 18-wheeler into the DPS office. One person, of course, died at the scene that day. 14 others involved in the incident. 6 were taken to the hospital. 8 others were treated and released on the scene. Parker's been arrested. He's facing numerous charges, and obviously additional murder charges will undoubtedly be coming his way. See what's going on with Brain Dead. Hey, it's a Friday for you, isn't it?
Yeah, but, I got to do this nasty work they call move for the next couple of weeks. Me and Dingback get to move. What fun and joy do you have with that? No, you're reading that about Mississippi doing that predatory tow bill.
Yeah.
It would be nice. It would be nice if Tennessee would actually do some work. The only bill that they have brought up this year is what is the state's official barbecue and can first cousins marry one another? Let me think about this for just a minute. Are we getting like Hollywood and just run out of ideas and stuff to do? Come on. But no, you're reading that. The news had something about Kroger on it, selling off another 173 stores. Yep. And, they have in our area, we have a lot of older stores and a lot of stores that need to be redone, rebuilt, but that all costs money. So I imagine that they're taking that money and going to invest it into stores that do need the refurbishment, that do need the remodeling, because we've got a new store here in town that it's a monster. If it's over 125,000 square feet, it's an inch, because it'll be one of the biggest in the city. But and somebody posted this on Facebook earlier about the Bidenomics, how Bidenomics is working, and I told them, I said, part of this is the Kroger merger. If you honestly look at Walmart's footprint versus Kroger's footprint, you'll see it night and day. Kroger's just trying to compete. The problem they have is in the store level. They can't get nobody to work. They pay a really good wage, as far as I know, and what Dingback has told me, because she's even tried to get on at the store level to do night stocking. But you know what? They don't want to hire people like her. It's really sad that you whine and complain about people working for you, but when somebody comes to you and says, hey, I want the job, I'm not afraid to work overnight, I want the job, why would you turn them down?
Mm-hmm.
That's part of the problem. And it's part of the problem with a lot of these companies, not just Kroger per se, but a lot of these companies. They have this stupid AI software that pulls out the good candidates. And it's like I've said to people before, you cannot look at my job history and tell me that I'm not going to be able to work for you. There's all kind of algorithms and whatnot, and I don't know how these people are beating these AI systems. I don't know what they're saying, but as far as right now, I'm content with Kroger. Oh, and speaking of Kroger, Steve, let's get into some sports stuff here. Talk about Segway here. The latest NASCAR rumor, speaking of Kroger, they are talking about moving their sponsorship from JTG Doherty Racing. Have you heard about this?
I have not.
Well, apparently they're going to be going to Gibbs Racing, because there is a report in the camp, or the team, that Tad Glitcher, I can't pronounce his name right, is running his own brand, his own agency, and he wants out. They're saying there's a lot of infight. So JTG Doherty may be pulling out of NASCAR. Now, also too, IROC. Remember this? IROC? They're going to hold their first race at Lime Rock Park Raceway July 19th and 20th. And also too, have you heard of the Motorsports Hall of Fame?
I can't say that I'm familiar, no.
The Motorsports Hall of Fame is different. The International Motorsports Hall of Fame is at Talladega. Of course, you know NASCAR. But this was down in Daytona Beach, and they have announced their 2024 inductees. Now, you have Dale Jr., along with Skip Barber from, I think, Off-Roading, or I can't remember. Miguel Duhamel, he's from the motorcycles, the MotoGP. Carl Haas, I believe he is just a racer. Ed Iskadineron. Also, too, here's a name you might remember, Steve. The SARS. Tony Schumacher, who's going in, along with Bill Strupp. And Bill Strupp, I think, is an off-road racer, if I'm not mistaken. So, let's see. Let's go to baseball, Steve. You remember Trevor Bauer, and remember we were talking about all the incidents and trouble he's was accused of. Well, this last week, the grand jury and the grand jury has dropped his charges, if I remember right, for sexual assault. Because or dropped the lawsuit. They apparently the accuser was caught on video camera admitting that she set him up, set him up to get money out of him because somebody told her that these sports athletes are worth a lot of money, and guess what she decided she wanted to do?
Right. Happens every day.
So, yeah. Now, did you hear about the Yankees and Athletics game today? Did you hear about that?
Nope.
Well, they opened their 4-game series with a rare Monday matinee at Yankee Stadium, and of course, you know, it was a 2-0 loss, which is good for the Yankees. I care less. But Aaron Boone was ejected after 5 pitches into the game because the pitcher hit what's his name, Esteury Ruiz, and apparently they had their nice little conversation, and you know who won that argument. But your Reds did pretty good today.
So I think they
lost 7-0.
Oh, did they? Okay. Well, they win 3 and lose 3. They win 3 and lose 3. I don't really get it. All right. Well, we got to get a quick time out here. Brain Dead, thank you for the update. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Shout out to Knucklebuster. Haven't heard from him yet. He sent me a link to the story from... Remember here back in early mid-March, talking about a cybersecurity attack that had medical providers all over the country and pharmacies unable to fill prescriptions because of the billing and all that, which turned out to be, it was Change Healthcare, which was a unit of United Health Group or United Healthcare. They updated this past day. United Health Group said that the cyber attack at its technology unit indeed led to a breach of health and personal information, which could, in their words, cover a substantial portion of Americans. They did not disclose the actual number of people impacted by the cyber attack. Said it's going to take several months before enough information to identify all the impacted individuals. They said they're monitoring the internet and the dark web to determine if any data has been published, along with other external industry experts, with about 1 in 3 U.S. patient records assessed by the unit's health technology offerings. Yeah, this is kind of sending shockwaves across the nation's healthcare system. That hack at Change, it was they did the healthcare building and the data systems, and a key node in the U.S. healthcare system, which for quite some time disrupted payments to doctors as well as healthcare facilities all over the country. And as I said, also caused issues with being able to fill prescriptions at various pharmacies. This breach going all the way back to February 21st. So the details still coming out. What can the cyber criminals do with the likes of our healthcare information? That I'm not exactly sure. But I guess they'll be giving us more information as the time comes along. Now, right along with hacking the healthcare system, what cannot be hacked in this day and age? Is there anything that cannot be hacked into? How about our automobiles? Maybe so, according to Lauren Fix. We'll tell you more coming up. First, a news break.
USA News Update. Former President Trump's hush money trial is over for Monday. Trump had this to say leaving the courthouse.
I get indicted. I'm the leading candidate. I'm beating Biden. I'm beating the Republicans now. I have the nomination. And this is what they try and take me off the trail for.
The first witness, David Pecker, was called by the prosecution, but the trial halted due to the Passover holiday. The Senate is expected to pass a $95 billion aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan this week. Senate leaders are aiming for swift passage of the legislation, which was approved by the House on Saturday. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear a significant gun rights case involving ghost guns, which are kits that can be purchased without background checks. The key question is whether the ATF has the authority to change gun regulations or if this power lies solely with Congress. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, we roll on through the late night, early morning hours, get a new day underway. I see a lot of folks jumping on board, flipping over to Facebook. Can't find the app. App's still not working. First of all, hello to Norman, checking in from north central Kansas. An overcast night. Hauled a tractor from western Kansas back home yesterday. It had high winds across I-70. There's Country Bumpkin. Check it in. Have a blessed day to the Overnight Drive family. Gary Montgomery. Hi there. Bidu checking in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight crew. There's CJ checking in. Everybody have a great Truckin' Taco Tuesday. Barry just chimed in, says, good morning, Steve. There's Ed Gibbs. Ed Gibbs checking in. Thanks again for supporting my book, Mr. Idea Man. which if you maybe missed, Ed called in a few weeks ago, Mr. Idea Van is available via Amazon. Check that out. All right, then for all those saying app's still not working, I just got an email from James. He said, just joined the show. What's going on with the app? We shared it in hour one. This is for the Android. On the Android side, the response we got this past day from radio.co in regards to your Android app. I'm afraid what you have is a legacy apps, which are no longer being supported on newer devices. Google is requiring an update on your app, and that's the only way to sort out this issue. As mentioned by my colleague, we're not able to update or develop any further. What we can do is update your app to the latest build that we have, which is available on the mobile apps. I recommend you complete this design and content, have it submitted to us. Once we've got everything we need, we make sure to submit it to Google for review. And throughout the evening, Mindy and Bud apparently sat around for updating the account on radio.co. We have completed all the steps on our end, and we're now awaiting them to approve the update. So hopefully they can get the update approved through Google in short order. I mean, seeing as it's an app that they've had on for how many years now. So it's just an update. I don't know what they've got to check, but that's what's going on. And maybe another day to hopefully shorter time versus longer time. I grabbed Tom here quickly. I think he's got an update, something going on. I-65. What's happening, Tom?
Well, over here on 65 southbound, right about the 34-mile marker, they had a couple of tractor trailers tied up. They've got the whole road shut down, and they're actually running everybody off exit 36, I guess taking them down 31W. So anybody southbound on 65, you're going to get run off on exit 36 to go around that bad accident.
And that's in the Hoosier State, in Indiana, right?
Yes, that's in Indiana. And also on the app you were just talking about, I have an Android phone. I was having trouble with mine. I heard somebody say earlier that Grump told them just pull the tab down on your Android phone from the top, and you can hit the button and it comes right on. So that's what I did, and I'm listening to you on my Android now.
Interesting. Yes, I've tried on mine. That little screen pops up, and I can't make it move anywhere. How were you able to pull it down?
Well, whenever I get messages or anything like that, it shows up on the very top line of my phone, and I just pull down that line, and it opens up whatever the messages are. And that's what I did after I got on the app for the radio. It pulled it up, and it said, of course, it wasn't working, but I just pulled down or just run my finger down from the top of the phone onto the screen, and it pulled it up on a little bar right there, and I just hit the on button, and it came right on.
I think I see what you're... in the background, I see overnightriveradio.com is running. It's maybe the Hot Shot Secret. Is that what you see the logo in the background?
Yes. And just hit the little arrow button there, and it came right on for me.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
All right. Thanks for the show. I appreciate it.
Hey, thank you for the update there. But again,
I'll let y'all go.
Southbound 65 in the Hoosier. Bit of a mess this morning. All right, cybersecurity. And after going through this from Lauren Fix, who's, she's all about technology and computer fixes and all that stuff. Is cybersecurity a big problem in the auto industry? Well, she says, more than you realize. As cyber attacks ramp up attacks, electric vehicles are definitely vulnerable. You might be stunned to hear how many cyber attacks the auto industry has to fend off every single day. Something that does not get talked about much publicly. Now, obviously, mandates for electric vehicle sales have raised concerns over poorly defended charging stations, the possibility of hacks of wider power grids. Amid Europe's and our push to ramp up development and sales of electric vehicles, researchers are concerned cybersecurity is being neglected here. Recent attacks could come in through the charging network. That is very concerning. In the worst of cases, hackers could engineer blackouts and do damage to entire electric grids by infiltrating charging stations and networks, according to officials and security analysts. But how does that affect, say, your vehicle while charging? The cybersecurity firm Upstream said there were 295 cybersecurity incidents in the automotive and mobility space in 2023. That stated, the risk is that, unlike a data leak or a bricked phone or laptop, even a minor car hack can be hugely disruptive to people's lives. Britain's Royal United Services Institute is a think tank. A think tank says the proliferation of EV charging stations and related devices being connected to the grid is widening the attack surface. According to Upstream, from 2019 to 2023, they disclosed cybersecurity incidents in the auto and mobility space increased by more than 50%. Now, 64% of these attacks last year were executed by what they call bad hat actors, malevolent intent. 65% of deep and dark web cyber activities last year had the potential to impact thousands to as many as millions of mobility assets. I'm just thinking back, sitting in the car dealership over the past weekend. Finished up the lease on the 2021. Princess wanted to bump up to a 2024 model year. And they were asking her if she wanted to renew her subscription to, I guess that would be like the Subaru app, where she can start the car remotely. You know, we don't have the remote like on the little key fob thing. You have to download this app that takes you into the, and I never used it. Over the 3 years we had the previous vehicle, I never touched it. But you can go in and actually set all your, where you want the temperature settings, air conditioning on, air conditioning off, and all anything, heated seats on and off, and remotely start your car via your smartphone. And I'm just sitting there thinking, smartphones can be hacked. Happens every day. How easy would it be for somebody to hack into that smartphone technology and, take control of all kinds of different settings and things of that nature on the car? I'm just switching gears from the automobile to this is a story I saved from last week. We continue to be concerned about potential cyber attacks on our infrastructure in this country. Things like water systems, as we were just talking, the power grid. This indeed was a small town in Texas, a hack that caused a small Texas town's water system to overflow in January. We're just finding out about this. Has been linked to a shadowy Russian hacktivist group. This is just the latest case of a U.S. public utility becoming a target of foreign cyber attacks. This was one of 3 on small towns in the rural Texas panhandle. Local officials said that the public was not put in any danger, and the attempts were reported to federal authorities. There were 37,000 attempts in 4 days' time to log into our firewall, according to the city manager. Small town USA, home to about 2,000 residents. Now, the attempted hack failed as the city unplugged the system and went to manual operation. In Muleshoe, about 60 miles to the west, population of about 5,000, hackers caused the water system to overflow before it was shut down and taken over manually by officials, according to their city manager. The incident was quickly addressed and resolved. The city's water disinfectant system was not affected, and the public water system nor the public was in any danger. Now, at least one of the attacks was linked by Mandiant, the U.S. cybersecurity firm, to a shadowy Russian hacktivist group that said could be working with or part of a Russian military hacking unit. The group called itself Cyber Army of Russia _Reborn. They claimed responsibility for the January attacks on water facilities in both the United States and Poland that got, they say, little attention. I say no attention. Maybe it made the news there in, say, the Texas Panhandle region. I had heard nothing about it. Sometimes these groups claim responsibility for attacks that were actually carried out by Kremlin military intelligence hackers. Now, the FBI declined to comment. The Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is a branch of Homeland Security under Alejandro Mayorkas, referred any questions to those respective cities that were targeted. In Lockney, Texas, about 25 miles east of Hale Center, home to about 1,500 people, cyber attackers were thwarted before they could access the town's water system, again, according to their city manager. Turned out to be nothing more than a nuisance, he said. But last year, CISA put out an advisory following November hacks on U.S. water facilities that were then attributed to Iranian state groups who said they were targeting facilities using Israeli equipment. Drinking water and wastewater systems are attractive targets for cyber attacks. They are obviously a lifeline, critical infrastructure sector, but often lacking the resources and technical capacity to adopt rigorous cybersecurity practices. Hope we're not sitting on our hands and doing nothing about it, because the hackers, guarantee, are not sitting on their hands. We'll return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I guess we'll call it a tip of the hat. Credit where credit is due. There's a lot of drivers out there, millions of miles under their belt, 4 million miles. That's roughly 160 trips around the world, or 8.5 trips to the moon and back. Dale Williams, he may not be a jet pilot or an astronaut, but he's certainly matched distances traveled in both of those professions over the course of his nearly 37-year career with XPO. Earlier this month, they celebrated the Army veteran for driving 4 million accident-free miles. Yes, every mile without a single accident. That is a feat that drivers in the industry strive for, yet very few achieve it. According to the Truckers News, Purdue Farms celebrated their second driver to ever achieve 4 million accident-free miles in their 104-year history earlier this year. So with the addition of Dale Williams, XPO now has 2 drivers that have reached that milestone in their 35-year history. So he was obviously recognized. Celebration at the company's service center in Knoxville, Tennessee, presented a new camo-wrapped tractor in honor of his military service, a $25,000 safe driving bonus, a trophy, a varsity jacket, and he was also awarded a personalized ruby ring sporting 4 diamonds, one for each of the million miles that he had driven safely over his career. So how about that? Well, congratulations, Dale Williams. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking me back there. That's pretty cool. So what? It's like 1 million miles for almost 10 years of driving. So that's a lot of driving. But anyways there, so listen to Brain Dead there. He was saying something about Kroger having a store that was 125,000 square feet. He should come up here to the New England in upstate New York there, because that's kind of on the small side for the Wegmans grocery stores. I mean, a lot of times their stores they're 150,000 square feet when you walk into them, and you go into a Wegmans store, you're not just going there for shopping, you're going there for an experience. You might as well consider a whole day's outing or something when you go into a Wegmans store. But there's plenty of things to do and plenty to eat, as well as get your groceries. And the crazy thing is they're usually they're a little on the higher end price side, but they're not that far out of line that normal everyday consumers can't go there and do their shopping. So, but you aren't wanting for anything when if there's something you want and you leave there, it's your own fault for not getting it. But let's put it that way. But
do they have a bar where you can sit down and drink a beer? The latest local Kroger that we frequent now has a little bar where the guys can let mama shop, and you're going to sit there and have a beer.
Depending on the stores and the states and what they're allowed to do, they actually have the wine shops, and there's some that do have some beer stores that And New York, they can sell beer in the grocery stores. You don't have to go to the liquor store to get your beer. So at least New York that way. But anyways, so you were talking about CarsNet. Did you see that Volkswagen down there in Tennessee voted in the union?
I did not catch that.
Be unionized down there in Tennessee, building Volkswagens.
Interesting.
Yeah. So what's that going to do to the price of the Volkswagens now? If they're paying union wage, I mean, I imagine they paid pretty decent wages down in the South, anyways. They're competing with the other car manufacturers, but they said now that they got the union in the Volkswagen plant, they're going to go after Mercedes and some of the other foreign car builders. But what do you think those foreign car builders are going to do now that it's going to cost them more to build cars in those areas? Do you think this going to? So, anyways, the Biden administration has been upset, I guess, with the Republican governors that were wanting them to go the other way. But anyways, the Tennessee governor didn't sound like he was too pleased with it. But he says if that's what they wanted, that's what they voted for, and that's what they got. So we'll we'll see how it all comes out in the wash, I guess. But anyway, so I think I have, I possibly could be the second smartest man in the world because, I can't be the smartest man in the world because we all know that's possibly Doc Holliday. Doc Holliday could possibly be the smartest man in the world. So, me possibly being the second smartest man in the world. Now, do you remember, if we get in the Wayback Machine, there was Peabody there, the Wayback Machine. We get in the Wayback Machine, and we go back to, 2019, 2020. We had this little situation going on. You remember a little situation we had there? I think it was called COVID. You remember that, Your Honor?
Yeah, vaguely, yes.
So, you remember during COVID, they came up with this idea, the fearless leaders came up with this idea that everybody should stay home except for essential workers. You remember that?
Absolutely.
And we sent checks out to everybody to pay them to stay home. And do you remember out there in California, around Los Angeles and the big cities out there, they usually have that big smog cloud and bad weather and all that. You can't breathe and all that all summer long. And all that went away during COVID. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to have this problem with this heat and everything. And how about if we just have all non-essential workers stay home all summer? Everybody just stay home, stay in the air conditioning, don't go outside, don't drive your cars, and then that way everybody will be safe and happy and comfortable, and only us essential workers will be out here, and we'll be able to drive up and down the road because there won't be any traffic congestion. But we can just pay everybody to stay home.
Oh, there you go. How many?
And then that'll keep.
Hey, what's another couple of $1 trillion? How many trillions did we send out back then anyway?
Well, we just print some more money when we need it, according to our vice president, don't we? Whenever we just need more, we just print it up.
AOC said we just write a check.
Shouldn't be a problem there.
Just write a check. It's that simple. No big deal, right? I had missed that story. I guess, the Volkswagen unionizing. Yeah, the governor says you just made a big mistake. More after this.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The legal team in the New York hush money trial against former President Donald Trump presented their opening arguments on Monday. The former president speaking after leaving the Manhattan courtroom.
He puts in an invoice or whatever, a bill, and they pay and they go at a legal expense. I got indicted for that. What else would you call it? Actually, nobody's been able to say what you're supposed to call it. If a lawyer puts in a bill...
The NYPD is continuing to respond to recent unrest at Columbia University, where students have been protesting against the Israel-Gaza war for days now. Earlier this month, dozens of protesters were arrested on and off campus during the demonstrations. NYPD Deputy Commissioner of Public Information Tariq Shepard speaking outside Columbia's New York campus.
We have to respect people's First Amendment rights. However, people should be aware that if you cross that line and commit a crime, the NYPD will respond accordingly.
The Supreme Court is set to hear a Second Amendment case. USA's John Schaefer explains.
The Supreme Court has agreed to hear a significant gun rights case involving ghost guns, which are kits that can be purchased without background checks. The key question is whether the ATF has the authority to change gun regulations or if this power lies solely with Congress.
The Senate is set to take up a House bill that was passed over the weekend that sends billions of your tax dollars in foreign aid to countries like Ukraine and Israel. The bill passed with bipartisan support after months of fighting between Democrats and Republicans. South Carolina Republican Congressman Ralph Norman says not all in his party are happy about the result.
The real reaction came when the Ukraine bill passed. The Senate has wanted that from day one. That was our only linchpin, that leverage we had to get more of what we wanted.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The House approves billions in foreign aid for U.S. allies, but some Republicans say they should have focused on securing the southern border first. Florida Republican Congressman Rick Scott is one of them.
The biggest issue in the country is we have terrorists, drugs, criminals flocking across our southern border. There is nothing in this bill, but we're going to help Ukraine, protect their border. Look, I want Ukraine to win. I want Russia to lose. But I want a secure southern border.
Nike is laying off over 700 employees from its Oregon headquarters as the company is preparing to lose money in the first half of 2025. The announcement arrives the same time Nike appears to have a multi-million-dollar deal with women's basketball star Caitlin Clark. Clark is expected to sign a deal worth upwards of $28 million. President Biden spent part of his Earth Day in Virginia touting a new job skill initiative by the White House called the American Climate Corps, which is a federal program that was launched to teach young people skills the White House believes are needed in the clean energy sector.
Today, I'm proud to announce that Americans across the country can now apply to become the first members of the American Climate Corps.
The administration also announced last week that they were banning more drilling in certain areas of federal land. This as gas prices continue to rise across the country. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We've talked about polls on the Grand National Tour and across the Rust Belt. Now it's time to shine the spotlight on the upper Midwestern and southeastern zones. And 2 Middle American companies have signed on the dotted line to etch their names onto these 2 circuits. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The NTPA's territory that encompasses Minnesota, Wisconsin, Iowa, and a poll each in Illinois and North Dakota is known as Region 3. But this year, that moniker has expanded thanks to the sponsorship of Terramax, a microbial crop research group located in Eagan, Minnesota. Terramax makes azospirillum-based and rhizobia-based products that help plants' root system effectively pull nitrogen from the air and excess nutrients from the soil. The result is higher crop yields and stronger plant development. The NTPA thanks Terramax for its involvement in 2024. And so the Terramax Region 3 circuit will begin in Ellsworth, Wisconsin on Saturday, June 8th. Tone, Wisconsin's Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals will have 3 regional classes over the weekend of June 20th through the 22nd. Then in July, Watford City, North Dakota's Pro National will overtake the McKenzie County Fairgrounds on Friday and Saturday the 5th and 6th. And Lancaster, Wisconsin's Full Throttle Shootout will also be held on the 6th. Decorah and Eagle Grove, Iowa will put the Hawkeye State front and center on Thursday and Friday, June 11th and 12th at the Winneshiek and Wright County Fairs, respectively. On the 13th, it's River Falls, Wisconsin, and Smokin' Thunder by the Kinney. The 2-night tradition returns to the Anoka County Fair in Minnesota for the Coors Light Shootout on Thursday and Friday, July 25th and 26th. Newcomers Jordan, Minnesota and Humboldt, Iowa share both these dates, as Jordan happens on the 25th with a poll at the Scott County Fair, and the Humboldt County Fair poll occurs on the 26th. And Saturday the 27th also doubles up with a Throwdown at Hoedown at the Houston Fest Grounds in Minnesota and the Dunn County Fair poll in Menominee, Wisconsin. The Terramax Region 3 circuit opens August with a visit for the 4.1 Pro Stock tractor class at the North Iowa Nationals in Rockwell from the 1st to the 3rd. On Saturday the 10th, the Lions Club in Norwalk, Wisconsin hosts their regional national that is well into its 6th decade. 2 weeks later, the Waupaca County Fair poll in Wyowega, Wisconsin hosts the NTPA on August 24th. And September is for crowning champions, first at the Regional Nationals in Wisconsin on Sunday, September 1st, and last at Thursday's Truck Night at the DeKalb County Fair poll in Sandwich, Illinois on the 5th. Now that's just in time for Region 4 to take the stage as the Robeson County 300 invades Lumberton, North Carolina on Friday and Saturday, September 6th and 7th. And the regular season finale takes place 6 weeks later at the NC State Fair Southern Showdown in Raleigh from Friday, October 18th through Sunday, October 20th. As it happens, the NTPA's Southeastern Territory also carries a sponsorship banner, namely that of Pro Polar Tires, makers of the 24.5 hole shot tire in 10, 12, and 14-ply ratings, as well as competition tires for tractor classes that use 18.4, 20.8, 24.5, and 30.5 widths. Pro Polar's production facilities are located near Firth, Nebraska, so welcome Pro Polar Tires to both the association and specifically to the Pro Polar Tire Region 4 circuit in Benson, Lumberton, and Raleigh. As we are rolling tape on this report, the Region 6 season is wrapping up, crowning champs and punching 4 tickets to the 37th Enderley Pull-Off in Urbana, Ohio in September. We'll note the winners and congratulate the first of our 2024 standard bearers next week. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
And indeed, that update will be coming our way here, probably on our Wednesday morning program. All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, here we go. Tuesday, it is here, 23rd day of April. So I'm looking at the whole unionization debate. Is this going to send some shudders through the auto manufacturing in the Deep South, notorious for not having the unionized labor, right? Tennessee Governor Bill Lee said he thinks workers at the Volkswagen plant in Chattanooga made a mistake by voting to unionize under the UAW in a landslide election. But he acknowledged, well, the choice is up to them. Ahead of the vote, Lee and 5 other Southern Republican governors spoke out publicly against the UAW's drive to organize workers at factories largely in the South, arguing that this is going to jeopardize jobs. Despite that warning, the union wound up pulling 73% of the vote at a facility whose workers had narrowly rejected the union in 2019 and 2014. The Volkswagen plant, the first to follow a series of strikes last fall against the Big Three, that, of course, for them resulted in lucrative new contracts, but at the same time has also resulted in maybe some job losses. Workers at a Mercedes factory near Tuscaloosa, Alabama, will be voting on UAW representation coming up next month, they say. Will this be the beginning of a trend? Lee told reporters this past day that the Volkswagen vote was a loss for workers. He said he has a long history with skilled workers. Workers are not unionized at his family business, Lee Company, which employs about 1,600 people in home, facilities, and construction projects. So differing opinions, obviously. I think it's not wise to put your future in somebody else's hand. But those workers made that decision based on the individual circumstances of that plant. I think it's a mistake, but that is their choice, obviously. So the Volkswagen win, the union's first in a Southern assembly plant owned by a foreign automaker. President Biden condemning the Republican governors who were urging workers to vote against the union. He praised the success of unions representing auto workers, Hollywood actors and writers, healthcare workers in gaining better contracts. Okay, so with that, what do we have? Clear lines at 844-844-3388 for the first time here on a Tuesday morning. Sometimes you say, the man upstairs just said it wasn't your time. And based on the photos and the scenario of this accident that occurred last Friday night in Louisiana, a driver that for the most part came out mostly unscathed. But a truck driver freed from his twisted cab after what they described as the most complex rescue operation in decades. A little before 7:30 last Friday in central Louisiana, just outside of Baton Rouge, according to WAFB, the truck driver veered off the roadway to avoid an accident with a pickup that had crossed the center line. Semi-truck then collided with utility poles and overturned, mangling the cab, trapping the driver inside. And when they say mangling, looking at the photographs, you would say that there's no way that driver came out alive. The Central Fire Department reports that all 5 central fire stations, 1 heavy tow truck, and 2 medical crews responded to the accident. This, they say, would turn out to be the longest and most complex rescue operation in decades for them. It took crews just under 3 hours to extricate the driver of the truck. The truck driver, Brandon Ray, did not appear to be seriously injured, and they say he was conscious throughout the entire rescue operation. He was transported to a hospital, but update on his condition was not available. But the fire department said great work by all involved to have a positive outcome for the driver. Could you imagine, though, being trapped in the wreckage for 3 hours? All right. Do you consider yourself to be a defensive driver? Interesting little piece from the trucker this past day, which had me kind of hearkening back to my interview there in Louisville with Joel Morrow, where we talked about a number of things. Getting more fuel economy out of your truck was the primary, but it talked about when you start your day out, your mental perspective has a great influence on how your day's going to be. It may seem strange to find a story about defensive driving under the heading of job resources, but it actually makes complete sense when you think about it. A driver's safety record is a critical item on most motor carriers' list of qualifications, they say. The best drivers count their driving skills as one of the most important resources. It's a resource that you can control. This is one area where you can work to improve your skills at little to no cost, and you don't even have to be actively driving to do it. You can find time to research and study best practices while waiting to load and unload for your vehicle to be repaired or for your next dispatch. They say the most important factor in driving defensively is your mindset. In particular, your system of values. Plenty of drivers can repeat all the safety cliches and rattle off the 5 keys of the Smith system, but it takes commitment to put those things into action every mile. It's easy to let safety take a backseat to another priority, like trying to make up time when you're running behind schedule. The safest drivers do not allow themselves to get in a hurry when things aren't going well. Those anxious customers and those authoritarian fleet managers, they're not in your truck. They don't have the knowledge of your current situation. Drivers who are under stress often find it tempting to drive faster or make frequent lane changes or even to follow another vehicle too closely in an effort to get there on time. By setting boundaries for yourself and not allowing others to dictate the way you drive, you can keep your risk of an accident as low as possible, and you'll actually enjoy your workday more as well. Every truck driver knows that many accidents involve the small vehicles, and the trucks are caused by the driver of the smaller vehicle. Now, obviously, that's not always the case, but you'll often hear truckers talk about those pesky four-wheelers. The reality is that those four-wheelers are driven by people. It might be your spouse, your partner, your parents, your kids, someone you know and love. Everybody drives a four-wheeler, right? Another reality is some of the people behind the wheels of those four-wheelers, and even some other truck drivers, do not have your level of driving skill or your commitment to safety. Just watch out for them and make decisions that keep you and your vehicle out of accidents. That will help protect everybody. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ah, yes, indeed. We've had the discussion on more than one occasion. Yeah, the push to go green, right? We're going to save the environment. Everybody buy an electric car. That'll save the planet, right? Several Facebook friends have shared this and various other social media, and I just found it rather interesting. Vix, over the years, talked about the amount of mining that has to be done to get these rare earth items to build these batteries, right? Now, they start with a photograph of a Tesla Model Y battery, which, if you weren't aware, it essentially takes up all the space underneath the passenger compartment of the car. But to manufacture it, you'll need 12 tons of rock for lithium. This has to be mined. It can also be extracted from seawater. 5 tons of cobalt minerals. Now, most cobalt is made as a byproduct of processing copper and nickel ores. It is the most difficult and expensive material to obtain for a battery. 3 tons of nickel ore, 12 tons of copper ore. You must move 250 tons of soil to ultimately obtain 26.5 pounds of lithium, 30 pounds of nickel, 48.5 pounds of manganese, 15 pounds of cobalt. To manufacture the battery, it requires 441 pounds of aluminum, steel, and or plastic, 112 pounds of graphite. The Caterpillar 994A, the earth-moving machine, is used to move the earth to obtain the minerals needed for this battery. The Caterpillar consumes 264 gallons of diesel in 12 hours. The bulk of necessary minerals for manufacturing these batteries comes from China or Africa. Much of the labor in Africa is done by children. Of course, when you buy an electric car, China profits the most. The 2021 Tesla Model Y OEM battery, the cheapest Tesla battery, right now on the internet runs right at $5,000, not including shipping or installation. Now, the battery weighs 1,000 pounds. How do you think the shipping cost is going to be? The cost of other Tesla batteries. The Model 3, $14,000. Now, the MSRP for the car itself, $38,990. The Model Y battery runs $5,000 to $5,500. MSRP $47,740. The Model S, the battery runs $13,000 to $20,000. MSRP $74,990. The Model X battery, $13,000 plus. MSRP $79,990. It takes 7 years for an electric car to reach what they would call net zero CO2. The life expectancy of the batteries, average 10 years. So only in the last 3 years do you actually start to reduce your carbon footprint. But then, of course, the batteries have to be replaced, and you lost all those gains you've made And finally, I had a friend that made some excellent points. The amount of energy required to process the raw materials and the amount of energy used to haul these batteries to the U.S., sometimes back and forth a couple of times. So he says, by all means, get you an electric car, but just don't try to sell me on how awesome you are for saving the environment or for human rights, for that matter, with the slave labor and the children out there in the mining. All right. Looking at 25 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Trucker facing multiple charges for allegedly holding two people hostage inside his truck after promising them CDL training. Florida-based truck driver, 63-year-old William Gutierrez, now charged with 2 counts each of trafficking in individuals, involuntary servitude, non-payment of wages, and unlawful restraint. He was arrested following a 911 call that came in about 4 o'clock Friday afternoon about 2 people being held against their will in a moving semi-truck. Pennsylvania police were able to locate the truck in Bern Township. The truck was stopped, and the 2 victims and Gutierrez were removed from the truck. According to WFMZ, the 2 inside the truck were a couple from Nicaragua living in the U.S. illegally, who actually used to live in the same Nicaraguan town as Gutierrez. Apparently, Gutierrez had used Facebook to invite the male victim to his CDL training program to start his trucking career. This is where it gets really interesting. The male victim told police once he met with Gutierrez and got on the truck in Virginia back in early March, he was required to do most of the truck driving, even though he didn't have a driver's license. The male victim was also required to cook and clean, he says. The victim's wife joined the 2 on the truck earlier this month after she was promised $2,000 a week as part of the training program. The male victim later told police he began to suspect this was not a legitimate training program when Gutierrez drove drunk and smoked marijuana on the truck. He said that Gutierrez disabled the truck's ELD device to allow them to violate the hours of service rules. The victims also said Gutierrez failed to pay them the money promised. Now, here just a few days before, April 13, the couple asked for their money and permission to get off the truck. Gutierrez threatened their families and said he would have them deported if they did not comply. Anyway, the male victim said he took advantage of Gutierrez falling into a trance-like state after smoking marijuana last Friday, April the 19th, and that's when he was able to call 911. So these individuals from Nicaragua, so this guy's driving down the highway. He ain't got a license. He ain't got a clue what he's doing. And we wonder what's happening out there on our highways and byways. All right, get back to the calls coming up at 844-844-3388. First, though, time for a news break. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Former President Trump's hush money trial is over for Monday. Trump had this to say leaving the courthouse.
I get indicted. I'm the leading candidate. I'm beating Biden. I'm beating the Republicans now. I have the nomination. And this is what they try and take me off the trail for.
The first witness, David Pecker, was called by the prosecution, but the trial halted due to the Passover holiday. The Senate is expected to pass a $95 billion aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan this week. Senate leaders are aiming for swift passage of the legislation, which was approved by the House on Saturday. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear a significant gun rights case involving ghost guns, which are kits that can be purchased without background checks. The key question is whether the ATF has the authority to change gun regulations or if this power lies solely with Congress. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code OvernightDrive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Well, I finally did it over the weekend. Princess and I agreed enough is enough. We cut the carrot. We cut the cord, as they call it. Yeah, the cable TV, which, you know, I lived for years and years and years without cable TV. I survived. And I'm trying to recall. I think we signed up for cable TV, and it was like cable, internet, and a home phone. All those years ago. I think when Rome was born. So it's been like 12 years ago. And that way he could have some of the cartoon channels and things of that nature that because you don't get cartoons on regular TV like you used to, on Saturday mornings and all that. And so you go from, all right, $79, it's the bundle package. And your 2-year deal ends, and it's like, all of a sudden you get a bill for like $200 and some. You call and say, what the hell is this? Oh, your 2-year trial is of, okay, well, I'm not going to be paying that. Okay, we can get you for $119. I was up to like $179, the cheapest deal I could get, $179 a month for cable, internet, with the Wi-Fi, and you have to keep the bundle package, the home. I said, well, how about I cancel the home phone? Will that make the bill? No, your bill would actually. I've had enough of this asininity. So the cable's out of here. And what I'm astounded at is I had no idea with all these things that come like preloaded on your DVD, all these different streaming services. Watch free television, free TV. Not $4.99 a month or $8.99. I mean, I'm not talking Netflix. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of channels. I could watch all the old classics. You've got there's channels designated to Cops. The TV show Cops or the show Jail and all the sitcoms. And so what the hell? You can keep your $179 a month. And I'm not going to cry over it. What's going on, Pappy? I can watch all the old Andy Griffith shows all I want now.
There you go.
Yep.
You have to have Wi-Fi, though, don't you?
Well, I kept the Wi-Fi, so it's like $50-something a month just for the Wi-Fi now.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of guys at work, man. They don't have cable anymore. That's what you're talking about.
Yep.
I'm thinking about doing it too, because I hardly watch TV anymore, honestly.
I mean, really, for all the channels I had, the only thing I've been able to find on the Watch Free, I was able to pull up like Fox 19, the local Fox affiliate there. They've also got they've got CBS News, but it's CBS News New York or ABC News Los Angeles. I don't want that. I don't know if I even need the old. Remember when you had to have your little box converter for the digital TV to get all the local stuff? I think I've got to get one of those.
Right. Yeah, I'll tell you, Steve. Cable definitely rakes you over the coals, man. That's for sure.
I mean, and it blows my mind.
You have to have the Wi-Fi.
And they know how much you watch. They know what you're watching. I mean, I only watched a handful of channels anyway. Hell, the princess watches Hallmark all through the holidays. I'd watch Fox News. I'd watch the Weather Channel was the biggest one. But there's several free. You've got Fox Weather. And I think Weather Underground is all on free television.
I remember a few years back, I wanted to get the Outdoor Channel, right? So I called him up today, man, I want to get the Outdoor Channel. Okay, hey, that's no problem. Mm-hmm. He said it'll be another $30 a month. I said, wait, man. I said, well, you're telling me one channel's $30? Well, in order to get that,
you got to get this package.
You got to get the bundle.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, just for one channel. Steve, what are we going to do about this place, man? What are we going to do with these people that just hate America? Steve, that's the bottom line. If this goes through, and it's going to, the Senate's going to walk that puppy right on through in a blink of an eye. This additional $3.5 billion.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man. And these people up there, use that term loosely, and they're all doing this for self-wealth. It's bottom line, Steve. Most of this is going to the war complex, right? Military industrial complex. They're getting rich. Did you see that? Did I talk about this a week or so ago? They had that hearing up on the Hill, and this congressman holds up this bag of bolts or whatever it was, like washers or something. And he was like, any idea? He's talking to a military guy. Any idea what this bag of bolts costs? He's holding up about a gallon bag.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, probably had several hundred like little washers in there or something. Any idea what this costs? What the taxpayers are paying for this bag of bolts? And the guy, $90,000.
Wow.
Remember them old stories we used to hear about a hammer costing? I'm going back in the 80s.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Hammer costing $200. You go up and buy an East Wing hammer at Home Depot for $28. I don't know what they're going for now, but $200. That's 20, 30 years ago, man. I remember I had a buddy that was in the heating and air business, and he used to love when his company would get these prevailing wage jobs. These were commercial jobs that the government, right, was involved in because he made a lot more money, right? Company paid him, and we're going back in the 80s, Steve, like $5 more an hour. That was a lot of money back then.
Yes, it was.
You know, on these prevailing wage jobs. So it's just a big ripoff, man. Big ripoff. And Steve, when we talk about what are they willing to do, well, I think we know what they're willing to do. Did you get that other email I sent you from Newsweek?
Well, I saw that headline over the weekend. My question is, and there's no doubt that there's only one person that this is intended to impact, and that would be Donald Trump. If he were to be reelected, are they trying to say that he would not have Secret Service protection, or just maybe like before being elected, between now and November, and or maybe after he served his term? Yeah, a president automatically, no matter what, gets Secret Service, correct?
This guy is saying that if he gets convicted in this criminal case, which you know he's going to,
right,
that his Secret Service protection should be yanked. And he didn't make any mention if he gets reelected or not. So they don't want this man around, Steve. That's the bottom line.
I mean,
they don't want him around.
It makes you kind of wonder, if you're talking about removing a candidate's Secret Service, are they intentionally trying to make it more likely that something could happen to him?
What else, Steve? You know, you can twist that, and people can talk any way they want around that, but that's the bottom line. There's no way you can justify even. I mean, that's for somebody to try to even attempt to get this bill passed through and get Congress to vote on this.
Well, what he's talking about, because I hadn't shared it with the audience, but I did. Again, this is from Newsweek Friday, which says Donald Trump could lose his Secret Service protection under a new bill. Mississippi Representative Benny Thompson, ranking member of the House Committee on Homeland Security, is bringing forth the Denying Infinite Security and Government Resources Allocated Toward Convicted and Extremely Dishonorable Former Protectees Act, which that's a long word for what he's calling the Disgraced Act, which would terminate Secret Service protection for individuals convicted of either state or local felonies. And, of course, in New York, they've taken these charges in New York, which would be misdemeanors otherwise, and bumped them up to felony charges. Now, it says, as a result, current law may serve as an impediment to the equal administration of justice and present logistical difficulties for both the Secret Service and prison authorities at the federal and state levels. In other words, if Trump's convicted and they're trying to say he's got to go to jail, well, he's not entitled to Secret Service protection because they said that's going to be a complicated thing, right? This is all legislation about one individual, Donald Trump.
Remember when we talked about this 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever it was, months ago? What happens if they lock him up? Right?
It would be very difficult because they've got Secret Service protection. Yeah.
He's got Secret Service protection. And I forget the U.S. code for it, but Bongino was talking about it. Obviously, anybody knows he does, right? That when a protectee, doesn't matter if it's the president, vice president, any protectee that Secret Service protects, if they're out and about and they decide to go into a place of business, right, they can establish that as a, God, I can't remember the exact term, like an emergency secured area, right?
Yeah.
Where, I like Bongino said, hey, a guy with a machete wants to come in. Sorry, pal, you're not coming in here. Well, it's a private business. You don't have the authority to tell us that. Yes, we do under this United States code. If that business says, hey, we want you to leave, okay, we'll pack up and leave. But while he's there, at any place, Secret Service has full jurisdiction, full say-so on anybody allowed in that area. They can restrict it. And when he means any area, that's including a jail. So technically, they want to lock him up in New York. Well, okay, Secret Service could say, empty that jail out. Empty it out. Stephen, another question. If we've talked about this too before, I'm curious, man. What if they keep threatening to lock him up if he runs his mouth, and what if he says something in the court? The judge says, "I'm finding you in contempt." Deputies, lock him up.
Mm-hmm.
Put handcuffs on that man.
The whole gag order thing.
What's the Secret Service going to do? They gonna let him be handcuffed? I don't think so, Steve. If I was working that courtroom, the judge told me to do it, I'd turn him pound salt.
Mm-hmm.
You want cuffs on him, Judge? Why don't you come over here and put the cuffs on him? That's another fear I got, Steve, is we got a lot of law enforcement officers that ain't willing to step up and tell these people to pound salt. Man, I'll tell you what, I saw something funny on what's his name show on cable tonight. They got it. What's his Walter's World?
Water's World. Yeah.
Yeah, Water's World. It was a Saturday Night Live skit. Did you see it by chance?
No. Mm-mm.
So it shows this guy and his daughter. It's like a Hallmark movie, right? The way they got it going, And he pulls up in his car, and he's got his daughter, and they're having this conversation about it. He's dropping her off at college, and it's all heartfelt and warm-felt, and he's telling her, okay, honey, be careful now, and, if you need a ride, and she's like, now, don't worry, Dad, I got a ride right over here. They pan the camera around, and it's a white pickup truck with a bunch of terrorists in the bed. You know the pickup trucks you see with all the terrorists,
right,
and they got the ISIS flags hung in.
Yeah.
And 4 or 5 dudes with masks on and holding the flags, and they're holding AK-47s and rocket launchers and stuff. There's my ride, Dad. I can't believe Saturday Night Live did it, man. And that's what we're seeing on these campuses.
Well, I mean, was that something they did recently or something they did maybe a long time ago, and now it just fits the narrative perfectly?
I think it was last Saturday.
Really?
Night.
Well, that's what's going on.
Yeah, because of everything going on.
Yep.
And usually, Saturday Night Live, or they stay leftist, man. They not too often they. I don't know, man. I'll tell you what. Anybody that sends any of their kids to any of these universities, man, need to have their skull examined. I don't care, man. You're telling me I'm sending my kid to Columbia University? What? You crazy? I don't know why they're not. Steve, there was one clip. They were yelling at this one guy, and he turned around and said something, and this lady was like, "We are Hamas. We are Hamas." In this group of people, and I'm thinking, man, if that would have been me, I might have walked over and got a cop and said, "Hey, these people are claiming they're Hamas, man."
Which is, did we not go back?
Designated a terrorist.
It was at one point. I thought Biden took him off that list, but did he not put him back on? I thought he was going to put him back on.
I thought he put him back on.
Okay.
And if that's the case, why you need to snatch him up and deport their ass. Another thing is all this talk, Palestine, Israel, Ukraine, no talk about America. I'm tired about hearing all these other countries, Steve. I want to hear America. America. That's all I want to hear anymore. No money for nobody. Shut the border down before anybody else gets a dime, but we know that's not going to happen.
Right.
Because they want this country to fall. It's the bottom line. You can't convince me otherwise.
Well, they're willing to. I mean, the request for how many billions of dollars was that? The story you sent, $3.5 billion or something. That has nothing to do with border security. It's all about accommodating and feeding and housing those that continue to come in. Nothing about stopping the flow.
Yes, sir. Making sure they get them debit cards. Making sure they got that hotel room, that 5-star motel to stay in. Steve, I'll tell you another thing. The UN, we've talked about this before. These people coming from other countries, and you're wondering how they get here, the UN is facilitating all this. They make the means possible for these people to come from Africa, the continent of Africa, China, Syria, places like this. They make it possible. They're like the travel agent to make sure these people can get down into the Southern America and come through the Darien Gap. That's a fact. We need to get out of the U.S. All right, my man. That's all I got. It's looking like rain tomorrow.
That's what I'm hearing. Well, I'm ready for a bit of
able to get the grass cut.
I did the front and the side. I didn't get the backyard, but man, it really needed it.
Yeah, man, I put that fertilizer down, and it's growing crazy, man. Like 3 days. I just cut it the other day, and I come home, and I'm like, damn, the grass grew that fast already?
Yep.
Jeez, oh, peace, man. So, all right, my man. Appreciate you taking the call.
Hey.
Everybody be safe. Hammer down.
Thank you much. You have a great morning, and we'll be back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration emissions. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, caught a blurb where Unified Command going to the Port of Baltimore. The captain of the port established the Fort Carroll temporary alternate channel, which is on the northeast side of the main channel in the vicinity of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. This limited access for commercially essential vessels. This particular channel has a controlling depth of 20 feet, a 300-foot horizontal clearance, and a vertical clearance of 135 feet. So that's deep enough, deeper than the first two temporary. I think they had a 10 and a 14-foot depth. So this is 20 feet. What this is actually, you had the whole superstructure that had come down kind of like in the central part of the bridge, and there were lengthy stretches on either other side where the pillars and the bridge was still in place. This is a section actually going under a segment of what's left of the overpass there. So this is going to facilitate additional commercially essential vessel traffic, and that was the update here a couple of days ago. So I know they're still working on another, so I guess that would be the fourth clearance that would have a 30-foot depth for some of the larger commercial vehicles. At 20 feet, I think there's still a lot of traffic that would not be able to go through that particular segment. Number 3. So rolling up on Newsbay. News break. Scarecrow got you coming up here as we roll into a Tuesday morning, and plenty of room for you. As always, our number 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Tim Berg. The legal team in the New York hush money trial against former President Donald Trump presented their opening arguments on Monday. The former president speaking after leaving the Manhattan courtroom.
He puts in an invoice or whatever, a bill, and they pay and they go at a legal expense. I got indicted for that. What else would you call it? Actually, nobody's been able to say what you're supposed to call it. If a lawyer puts in a bill...
The NYPD is continuing to respond to recent unrest at Columbia University, where students have been protesting against the Israel-Gaza war for days now. Earlier this month, dozens of protesters were arrested on and off campus during the demonstrations. NYPD Deputy Commissioner of Public Information Tariq Shepard speaking outside Columbia's New York campus.
We have to respect people's First Amendment rights. However, people should be aware that if you cross that line and commit a crime, the NYPD will respond accordingly.
The Supreme Court is set to hear a Second Amendment case. USA's John Schaefer explains.
The Supreme Court has agreed to hear a significant gun rights case involving ghost guns, which are kits that can be purchased without background checks. The key question is whether the ATF has the authority to change gun regulations or if this power lies solely with Congress.
The Senate is set to take up a House bill that was passed over the weekend that sends billions of your tax dollars in foreign aid to countries like Ukraine and Israel. The bill passed with bipartisan support after months of fighting between Democrats and Republicans. South Carolina Republican Congressman Ralph Norman says not all in his party are happy about the result.
The real reaction came when the Ukraine bill passed. The Senate has wanted that from day one. That was our only linchpin, that leverage we had to get more of what we wanted.
This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The House approves billions in foreign aid for U.S. allies, but some Republicans say they should have focused on securing the southern border first. Florida Republican Congressman Rick Scott is one of them.
The biggest issue in the country is we have terrorists, drugs, criminals flocking across our southern border. There is nothing in this bill, but we're going to help Ukraine, protect their border. Look, I want Ukraine to win. I want Russia to lose. But I want a secure southern border.
Nike is laying off over 700 employees from its Oregon headquarters as the company is preparing to lose money in the first half of 2025. The announcement arrives the same time Nike appears to have a multi-million-dollar deal with women's basketball star Caitlin Clark. Clark is expected to sign a deal worth upwards of $28 million. President Biden spent part of his Earth Day in Virginia touting a new job skill initiative by the White House called the American Climate Corps, which is a federal program that was launched to teach young people skills the White House believes are needed in the clean energy sector.
Today, I'm proud to announce that Americans across the country can now apply to become the first members of the American Climate Corps.
The administration also announced last week that they were banning more drilling in certain areas of federal land. This as gas prices continue to rise across the country. For USA News, I'm Tim Berg.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with its individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road-tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Okay, get that final hour underway on a Tuesday. Hope your week's off to a good start. Hey, you made it through Monday. Pat, we did follow up there during the break. We were talking about Secret Service protection, and yes, there's a bill being introduced to anyone that's receiving Secret Service protection if they're convicted of a felony. I mean, state or local, you don't get it anymore. And I said, I should have made it clear. Yeah, all presidents need Secret Service protection. It's not just for their safety. It's also for the knowledge they've got up in their head. You can't have some rogue government kidnapping them, torturing them to get secret codes or how things work. You know, all that top secret stuff. Yeah, there's a reason they have such protection. All right. Hello, Scarecrow.
Well, Steve, I could talk about top secret stuff, but then I'd have to kill you or send my crew to deal with you.
There you go.
Well, I guess that's the way that works. Yeah. Steve, how do you maintain your sanity? With listeners out there, Steve, that are out to tank this program, I would have to believe there are suicidal thoughts and tendencies bouncing around in that secret bunker. Let me bring up Exhibit A. Now, early on in the program, Steve, we heard that one of your listeners is suggesting the other listeners here to start using the back door. Do I stand correct?
That was the quote. It was, yes.
Yes, there we go. Now, okay, I've been accused of or suggested that I have peanut butter in my ears at times, but immediately after that, we heard the hippopotamus talking about ass or asp. Now, I don't know what the world a snake would have to do with this conversation, but you know, as I say, it's got to drive you nuts. Oh man. So anyway, we too, myself, I heard when you talked about the influx and the southern border, how it had shifted east of Texas. My thoughts are, well...
I meant West. You knew I meant that.
To Louisiana?
California.
Exactly, Steve. I wasn't going to touch that, but just like a grade schooler pointing out to the teacher, remember how in school, if a teacher made a mistake, by half the classroom would jump up and down and, oh, you're wrong. Well, he had the right-wing nuts best friend there. He just had to jump all over that there, didn't he, Steve? Oh, Steve, no, that's west of Texas. It just got to drive you nuts, doesn't it? Oh, man. But obviously, you get the broad shoulders and you've become immune to it there. A lot of my thunder, or some of my thunder, was stolen, Steve, but that is actually in a good way. I, too, was going to bring up about that $3.5 billion of pork, that the swamp managed to hide in that latest bit of political ventures, however you want to say it. Either way, but just the fact that there's been quite a few listeners here that have made note to that already, that tells me, well, the word is getting out there, and these individuals can share it with family and friends, and just to get the words spread as far and wide as we can about how ridiculous Washington is and their operation. Modus operandi, I guess that's the way you would phrase that. I caught just the tail end of Monkey Gouger there. I haven't heard him for quite some time personally, but good to hear. I'm almost kind of thinking, now we all love our grandkids and all. The grandkids are complete the picture. Well, I'm kind of half wondering, that I'll throw that in the mix. I'm thinking we might not see him out here on the road till after the road check, under the guise of hanging with the grandkids there.
Yeah.
Just a thought, but I think we'll pay attention to this now. I hope he is listening. He said he was going to hang in there for a while, so we'll see. I don't know if you remember years back, probably in the late 60s into the 70s, Steve, there was a program on television called American Sportsman, all about hunting and fishing. Now, it's probably unfortunate that Monkey Gouger was a little late in coming there. Now, I'm sure, given his reputation, he'd have been invited quite often to share his, fishing prowess and his secrets on getting those fish to jump in the boat, as we heard again.
Right, committing suicide. Fishers committing suicide.
Oh, yeah, there we go. And we've also heard about his duck hunting and such, how anybody in the same blind, they've got to kind of be looking overhead to see where all these ducks are going to land when they're hitting after he's been spanking them. So, yeah, he'd have been a perfect fit for that American Sportsman there. But Steve, I'm guessing you probably covered this last Friday. I only discovered it here a couple of days back. But did you bring up, or did somebody bring up about Biden's? I believe it was his uncle, or it wouldn't be his grandfather, I don't think, who kind of met the demise.
Yes,
cannibals.
Was eaten by the cannibals, and he did that on not one but two occasions that day. Yeah, several people brought that up. How comical was that?
He just goes on, and the media leaves it alone. Nobody even considers, checking this out and whatnot. It reflects on, I've heard some of these other phrases and descriptions and such too, along with Bongino, he highlights a lot of this. But Steve, he has pretty much any public appearance, he makes comment to, depending on who the minority or special interest group that he is speaking with at the time, he has grown up and spent time living in that given area or those type of neighborhoods or such. He must have had a childhood and growing up of about 50 years to have been able to, live in all these different, communities and various areas that whatever the voter is in the giving location where he is speaking, that's where he happened to have, lived and spent time. So, beyond that, pal, I guess that's enough to create a few rebuttals and maybe some backstabbing here. I better be looking over my shoulder here. So we'll call it good enough for now.
That's been known to happen a time or two, especially with one Big Ed. He's got that silver-plated knife, and he'll stab you in the back in a heartbeat. All right, in the U.S. Supreme Court, in a major case regarding homelessness, this past day, the Supreme Court appeared to side with an Oregon city's crackdown on sleeping in public. Now, this could have sweeping implications for the record number of people that are living in tents and cars in the cities and states that are struggling to manage them. The Supreme Court had declined to hear a similar case out of Idaho back in 2019. But since then, the numbers, the rates of homelessness have spiked all over the country. An annual federal count found more than 250,000 people living in parks, on streets, and in their vehicles. We see these sprawling street encampments that grow larger and larger, expanding to new places. The current case centers on a small city of Grants Pass, Oregon. Population just under 40,000, but kind of a symbol of just how widespread the homelessness problem has become. Obviously, there's a slew of other cities and states that were urging the Supreme Court to take up this particular case, this issue. Now, in both the Boise, Idaho, and the Grants Pass cases, lower courts have said that under the Eighth Amendment, it is cruel and unusual to fine or jail someone for sleeping on public land if there's no adequate shelter available. Now, Grants Pass and many other cities across the West say that those rulings have tied their hands as they try to keep the public spaces open and safe for everybody. Grants Pass has no public shelter, but its local law essentially banned people from sleeping with a blanket or a pillow on any public land at any time. Now, there was some interesting give and take here. During Monday's arguments, the Supreme Court's more liberal justices suggested this amounts to unlawfully targeting people simply because they're homeless. You don't arrest babies who have blankets over them. You don't arrest people who are sleeping on the beach. That was Justice Sotomayor. Justice Kagan said sleeping is not a criminal act. Sleeping is a biological necessity. It's sort of like breathing. I wouldn't expect you to criminalize breathing in public, right? Now, the conservative justices said it can be hard to draw the line between someone's conduct, which can be legally punished, and a status that they're unable to change, which cannot be punished. How about if there's no public bathroom facilities? Do people have an Eighth Amendment right to defecate and urinate? Is that conduct or is that status? Over and over, conservative justices also said homelessness is a very complex policy problem and question whether courts like theirs should even be involved trying to micromanage it. Why would you think these 9 people are the best people to judge and weigh those policy judgments, was the comment from Chief Justice Roberts. But obviously it's an issue it's growing with each passing day. And it is 19 past the hour. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Undoubtedly, we've all heard about the legislation that passed over the weekend. Additional billions of dollars for Ukraine, Israel. What else did we have? The ban on TikTok. The clock's ticking on TikTok. No pun intended. They also, which I hadn't really heard much of any discussion about, the FISA Act. According to the Daily Caller, 30 Republican senators voted to reauthorize the contentiously debated warrantless spying tool. The reauthorization of Section 702 passed by a 60 to 34 vote after 6 amendments were defeated. Now, support and opposition crossed party lines. 17 Democrats and independent Bernie Sanders joining 18 Republicans in voting no, while Senators J.D. Vance of Ohio, Shelley Capito of West Virginia, Eric Schmidt of Missouri, Joe Manchin of West Virginia, Raphael Warnock of Georgia, Catherine Cortez of Nevada did not even cast a vote in this case. All said and done, 30 Republicans joined 29 Democrats and independent Senator Kyrsten Sinema of Arizona in voting to pass the measure. It's headed for the president's desk. Now, I'm not going to list off the 30 senators' names. You can look that up for yourself. There's too many in a short amount of time. Ted Cruz said, I voted against FISA reauthorization, and because it fails to include the most important requirement to protect American civil rights, and that is law enforcement get a warrant before targeting a U.S. citizen. Now, the bill previously passed the House of Representatives after an amendment to require a warrant failed on a 212 to 212 tie vote. Speaker Mike Johnson and House Majority Leader Steve Scalise among those voting it down. A similar amendment was defeated by a 50 to 42 vote in the Senate that, like the vote for final passage, crossed party lines. This has obviously been quite the controversial issue. The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA Act, drew controversy after the FBI obtained warrants under that act to monitor communications by Carter Page and other associates of former President Trump during his 2016 campaign for the White House. Of course, the application relied on evidence from what is obviously now the completely discredited Steele dossier, false information. But bigger than that is that the FISA Act, that Section 702, as some of the Republicans obviously that voted against it will tell you, was used more than 250,000 times on American citizens. It's not supposed to be for that purpose. No, I'm kind of mind blown that 30 Republicans actually joined in to allow this renewal and not requiring to get that warrant before targeting a U.S. citizen. Something's wrong with that picture in my mind. All right, coming up, we'll get back to the calls at 844-844-3388. Will it be another train to nowhere? I don't know. I think this might actually be a train that would truly see some ridership. It's been years and years since I've been out to Las Vegas. But when I was there, they always talked about, as the weekend was approaching, the incredible amount of traffic that would be coming in from Southern California. People pouring in to Las Vegas and then closing out the weekend. Thousands and thousands of people headed back to Southern California, the Los Angeles area. It looks like it may actually be coming to fruition, a $12 billion bullet train linking Las Vegas and Los Angeles. Dubbed as the first true high-speed rail line in the nation this past day, with the private company that building it predicting millions of ticket buyers will be boarding these trains by the year 2028. People have been dreaming of high-speed rail in America for decades, but it's really happening this time. Brightline West, whose sister company already operates a fast train between Miami and Orlando, Florida, aims to lay 218 miles of new track, almost all in the median of Interstate 15, between Las Vegas and Rancho Cucamonga, California, they tell us.
USA News Update. Former President Trump's hush money trial is over for Monday. Trump had this to say leaving the courthouse.
I got indicted. I'm the leading candidate. I'm beating Biden. I'm beating the Republicans now. I have the nomination. And this is what they try and take me off the trail for.
The first witness, David Pecker, was called by the prosecution, but the trial halted due to the Passover holiday. The Senate is expected to pass a $95 billion aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan this week. Senate leaders are aiming for swift passage of the legislation, which was approved by the House on Saturday. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear a significant gun rights case involving ghost guns, which are kits that can be purchased without background checks. The key question is whether the ATF has the authority to change gun regulations or if this power lies solely with Congress. John Schaefer, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, real quick, back to the bullet train. They're talking L.A. to Las Vegas. Company officials said the goal is to have the trains exceeding speeds of 186 miles an hour. Comparable to Japan's bullet trains. They want to have them up and running in time for the Summer Olympics of L.A. in 2028. Brightlines Holdings founder says, I believe we will look back at today and say this was the birth of an industry of high-speed rail. Now, ultimately, the company says they aim to link U.S. cities that are too near each other for air travel to make sense, but too far for people to make that drive. Now, Las Vegas has no Amtrak service. The idea of a bullet train to L.A. has been talked about for decades. It's had several different project names, Desert Express. Anyway, Brightline acquired the project in 2019. The company and officials say that they've acquired all the right-of-way and environmental approvals, along with labor agreements. Brightline West says electric-powered trains will cut a 4-hour trip across the Mojave Desert to just over 2 hours. They project 11 million one-way passengers per year, with fares that Eden said would be comparable to airline ticket costs. The trains will offer restrooms, Wi-Fi, food and beverage sales, and the option to check luggage. Also hoping that this would relieve congestion on I-15. I think that's the route where drivers sit in miles and miles of crawling traffic when they're headed home to Southern California from a weekend in Las Vegas. An average of more than 44,000 automobiles per day crossed the California-Nevada state line on I-15 last year. So that's the numbers from the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. And like I said, that's been going on for years and years. All right, it is 844-844-3388. See what Vic has going on this morning. Hey there.
Hey, I want to talk about foreign aid, but real quick, you're talking about the high-speed bullet trains. I was a sophomore in high school when Ford Motor Company developed the maglev trains for high-speed travel. So that's how long this stuff has been kicking around.
Yep.
In the United States, the high-speed bullet trains. But on this foreign aid thing, I have to disagree with some of the callers, because China is on a mission to prove that the United States will not stand by its allies. So we have always had strings attached to our foreign aid. For example, a lot of countries, we'd give them our outdated military equipment, basically, and then replace ours with newer stuff. Of course, the defense lobby was big on that. But the big thing is, like with Ukraine and also with Israel, I don't know if outside forces are trying to just bog the United States down with a lot of things that are going on around the world and saying, well, the United States is having a lot of budget problems right now. But the primary thing is that we have to show the world that we're going to stand by our allies, and how we go about doing that. I think that's where Speaker Johnson was looking at. And the other thing is that there are so many other tools available to protect the homeland that we're not really using. And I'm going to kind of give you an example here with USDA, because I follow that. 80% of the new farm bill is going to cover food security. That's going to leave 20% of the farm bill for production agriculture, for inspecting our food sources, for also both domestically, the inspection at the food plants, and also that is coming in from all the rest of the world. Like that's called APHIS, the Animal Plant Health Inspection Service. and also the soil conservation. Well, they call it that anymore, but it's the domestic soil programs and watershed programs. So why are we spending 80% of an agricultural budget that's supposed to enhance agriculture and allow the farmers and ranchers to make a decent living, and instead worry about food security and food deserts and WIC and EBT and all this other stuff? So now to kind of extrapolate that over to this invasion that we're actually having by people coming in from other countries, I would say that, I know they questioned what's his name, Ray there of the FBI, but I would say Congress needs to call some people in from the CIA, the DIA, and all the rest of them, and ask them, are you is your agency checking to see if any foreign powers are behind this invasion of people from all over the world? And the other thing is, all these countries, they used to give block grants to cities and towns. I don't know if they're doing that or not, but these cities and towns that were sanctuary cities, and this isn't a new idea, that, they were supposed to be, Congress was supposed to be asking these cities to justify if they're spending any of the federal money. So what I'm trying to say is that Congress is not using their full powers. And that's just like with this FISA warrant deal. That's how they tried General Flynn. They said they weren't monitoring General Flynn. They were monitoring the Russian diplomat. But somehow General Flynn was set up on that call, because General Flynn didn't make the call to the diplomat made the call to him. And if you go and look at that whole episode, that was very suspicious how that came about. And, you've seen what they did to General Flynn. So the FISA warrant, I've kind of forgotten how I thought came about, but it was something to do with Jimmy Carter and foreign diplomats. A lot of times in this country are actually spying on us. And the foreign diplomats, I guess, weren't subject to warrants or something. I don't know what it was. But Carter wanted to make sure that they could gather intelligence on these people, and then they couldn't claim diplomatic immunity because they're supposed to be diplomats, not spies. So I think that's a little bit of how that all came about. But by and large, the Speaker Johnson, he has other levers to pull, and the deal with Ukraine and Russia, they're going to have to settle that and not just let Russia keep going on. And Russia's having its own problems right now. I think they're having some sort of a revolution in the country of Georgia. I believe it's Georgia or something, protesting against Putin. Their economy's in a shambles, and it wouldn't take too much to just push Putin out of the way. And so kind of give up right now at this time on Ukraine. It's not so much about defending Ukraine as it is about defeating Russia. And then after that, they can start to look to see just exactly where all this money went. I mean, they need to see where it's all going now. But what I'm saying is there needs to be a full investigation within the United States and the Biden administration. Just what was he authorizing all that money for? Was it really going to a concentrated military effort, or was he trying to continue his cozy relationship with Ukraine?
Right.
I guess the best way to phrase that. So anyway, long story short, I know Speaker Johnson's in a fix there, but we have to remember China's main goal is to control the world and defeat us, and one of their arrows in their quiver, so to speak, is to try to make it look like that the United States is an unreliable ally. And that has to be the number one goal, that we prove that we will step up and defend them And we need to make sure, because another part of that might be that they're just trying to load us down with all these people. For years in this country, there's been vagrancy laws. Then you have the homeless people showing up. We have veterans that are homeless. I mean, there are so many things that Congress needs to get off their duff and quit fighting one with the other, and sit down and put down a serious investigation program, or do like I know when I worked for the government, everybody had to go up in front of the old Public Works Committee and the Ways and Means Committee, and you had to explain why you wanted money, what you were going to do with it, what you did, what they gave you before. I don't see much of that anymore. The subcommittees, I don't know I really don't know how Congress is organized anymore, but they need to get back to the old organization with the subcommittees and everything else, to where by the time they presented the budget to the president, everybody pretty much knew what was going on. So, but by and large, right now, the money that we're sending over to Ukraine, there's a big question mark on that. And with Israel, if Biden would just keep his mouth shut and say, well, we need to investigate the IDF soldiers and everything else, it's like he doesn't. Biden obviously doesn't even understand war, period. But guerrilla wars or non-traditional wars, the guerrillas will hide amongst the civilian population, and whether Israel overreacted or not, who knows? But you have UN over there that's infiltrated with Hamas, and then Hamas has their tunnel complex, and they're in hospitals and schools and refugee camps and everything else. And we're going to have to get somebody in the Defense Department to go explain that to Biden and just keep his mouth shut about what's going on in Israel. Because I'll guarantee you, Israel will take care of Hamas, if we make sure that we're going to stand by them and keep berating them. And we'll spend very little money on Israel as far as them doing what they're going to do. So that just comes back to Ukraine with the money. And the other thing is they need to get serious about all these organizations that are aiding these people, the illegals, to come here, including the churches and everything else. And so I believe if they just said, we're going to start asking serious questions, who is telling these people out in the middle of the jungle that they can come to America and get a free ride? Somebody has to be getting the message out there, whether it's people writing things back home or whatever. But
coming for the money, like the guy from China said, I'm coming here for the money. You mean the money from the job? No, I'm coming for the money. All right, thank you much, Vic. Autonomous vehicles, regulating them. There's not much of anything as far as federal regulations. What you've got is a patchwork of this state says this, another state says that. 6 senators are urging the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to get busy regulating autonomous vehicles, citing numerous high-profile crashes involving everything from Level 2 Teslas to Level 4 driverless cruise vehicles. Late last week, Edward Markey and Richard Blumenthal issued a letter to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration acting administrator, urging the agency to take more proactive and aggressive action to address the safety concerns of autonomous vehicles. There were a handful of other senators that signed off on the letter. Pointing to several crashes involving autonomous vehicles, the senators are calling for more federal government oversight of vehicles equipped with partially automated systems, like those in the Tesla vehicles, as well as fully automated driving systems like Cruise's driverless technology. Right now, autonomous vehicles are governed by the same rules and regulations as all other vehicles. Senators argue that those regulations do not address the unique challenges and situations that autonomous vehicles face. We can't allow partially automated driving systems and automated driving systems to accelerate the road safety crisis. We have to take firm control of the wheel and steer the manufacturers toward prioritizing safety. Under the heading, Stay in Your Lane, in the letter, the senators mentioned the drivers of partially autonomous systems like Tesla's Level 2 autopilot are using that technology beyond its capabilities. These vehicles currently on the market are equipped to function only under certain conditions. Many Level 2 features like adaptive cruise control, lane assist, are meant to be applied on highways, not on city streets. However, nothing prevents a driver from using that technology virtually anywhere. Tesla's autopilot has been at the center of several NTSB investigations. There was an accident in 2017. They recommended that they restrict driving automated systems to conditions to which they are actually designed. All right, so self-driving or not, they also call for the NHTSA to address confusing, misleading marketing of certain autonomous systems. Pointing fingers again at Tesla. The letter brings up the manufacturer's deceptive and dangerous practice of marketing their technology as self-driving. Tesla's Level 2 system was named full self-driving. Several stakeholders, including OOIDA, raised concerns about that misleading name. They're not self-driving. They're all about driver assist. But we'll come back. Horse Feathers in 2, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, yes, indeed. As Rick often says, round and third, headed for home. Hello to Truckin' Phil. Happy Truckin' Taco Tuesday. As he checks in, hello, Steve, Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stable. Yeah, looks like a good chance of rain in Fort Wayne. Only 55 chance of rain, 60 there in Sterling Heights, Michigan today. Are you good? Have a great day from Truckin' Phil. Yes, Horse Feathers.
Hey, you're on. So on your news here, I've been hearing that President Trump's trial going on got shut down yesterday because of Passover. And first question is I heard on another news report that there was a juror that ended up with a toothache and had to go to the dentist.
Correct.
So that was a reason. But if your news people are saying it was shut down because of Passover in the middle of the day. Wouldn't they have not started it in the beginning to observe Passover, not get halfway through the day and say, oh, hey, wait a minute, it's Passover, we better stop?
I don't know.
Huh?
I mean, the report I saw said that, yes, there was a juror that originally had an appointment at like 3-something in the afternoon, then had to reschedule it to like 1:20. And then, so I guess shortly after noon or something that they called it a day.
Yeah, for a toothache. Okay.
A dental.
But,
it was described as a dental emergency.
Emergency. Okay. All right. Well, I guess that happens. But this is the first day of the trial. I don't know. You think somebody would have known that they were going to have dental problems and not that, and I don't know. Was it a regular juror or was it an alternate juror that? But anyways, I guess it was Passover. They probably shouldn't have been in court anyways, right?
I think it was one of the regular jurors. I mean, so yeah, but day number one, and why you schedule something like that, I don't know. It was a dental emergency. They had no choice, right?
Emergency. Yeah, that's right. You not like a radio host that makes it all the way through a 5-hour show with a dental problem there and gets all the way to the. Whatever. All right. I was just checking in on that. I wanted to see because I was confused there. But anyways, all right. We'll talk to you later, Your Honor.
Wherever you heard that, I read the same thing. I'm not sure where I read that either. I was just quickly trying to scour through and see if I could find that. But yes, something about dental emergency shuts down day number one of the trial. Yeah, if to say it was the Passover, yeah, why would you go through how many hours? Several, 3-4 hours. They went through all the opening statements and everything and then called it a day. It wasn't for the Passover. All right, lastly, quick weather update brought to you by Big Daddy Walker Productions here on a Tuesday morning. Still looking ahead. It looks like a relatively quiet Tuesday coming on. Things as far as severe weather really do begin to ramp up here in a couple of days. It's already Thursday afternoon. We could be talking several rounds of severe weather across the southern plains into the Midwest. The big show, the crescendo, as they use, is Friday, as we'll see severe weather reaching all the way from southern plains to the Midwest, extending on into the weekend for multiple areas, following a couple days of scattered showers and sub-severe thunderstorms across the central states, maybe even today and Wednesday. The real show begins on Thursday as the warm, moist air from the Gulf flows northward into the southern plains and central plains. Forecasters are going to be talking about beginning Thursday afternoon, starting in northern Texas through Oklahoma, Kansas, eastern Colorado, before rolling east into the nighttime hours. So looking ahead to Thursday, Kansas City, Oklahoma City, Wichita, Kansas, among the areas at risk for that first round of storms, some of which may pack winds up to 60 miles per hour, hail up to the size of tennis balls, and obviously ferocious downpours. All right, we'll have more on what's going on around the country as we come back at the midnight hour, Eastern Time tonight. That's when we'll kick off our next edition. Hope you can join us for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, what's better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but